is Bishop Nkanda to say the opening prayer.
Everlasting Father and our God, we thank you for this opportunity that you've given us. We honor you for this meeting. And we appreciate you for each one of us. How we pray as we begin this meeting, Lord, you're going to lead us. I pray the Lord, as we deliberate on this issue of the resource that you've given us in this county, I pray that you give us to sober up. Lord, as we plan ahead, that Lord, this resource shall be profitable for generations in this county. We thank you, Father, for each one of us. As we receive this report, we pray that you give us grace for implementation. We thank you, Father, as we begin to commit each one of us before you. Lead us and guide us. In Jesus' name.
Thank you, Bishop. Now we call upon Imam Sindik to say a prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye kumrehemu mwema na mbaya hapa duniani na mwenye kumrehemu mwema kesho siku ya kiyama. Basi Mwenyezi Mungu tunakushukuru sana kwa kuweza kutuonyesha siku ya asubuhi kama hii. Kuna wengi ambao kwamba walihitaji kuiona hawakuweza kuiona kwa sababu ya maradhi, na wengine wameondoka duniani, lakini wewe umetuchagua sisi kuwa tutaona siku kama hii. Tunakushukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu, uwe pamoja na sisi katika mkutano kama huu mpaka mkutano utakapoisha. Yatakayozungumzwa Mwenyezi Mungu uyajalie yatakuwa ni kheri na yenye fanaka katika kaunti yetu ya Rabbul Alamin. Utupe katika dunia mazuri, katika akhera mazuri, na utuepushe na adhabu ya moto. Amin.
Thank you, Imam. Asante sana. Tunaweza keti. Your Excellency the Governor, Your Excellency the Deputy Governor, County Ministers, Acting County Secretary, County Chief Officers and Advisors, Senior County Government officials present today, members of the clergy, Bishop Nkanda, Bishop Mwangangi, and other members of the clergy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Good morning. My name is Alex Kimanzi, and I'm the moderator for today's function. And on behalf of His Excellency the Governor, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this meeting. It is a function where Taskforce is going to present their report to His Excellency the Governor. And this is the Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Task Force, which was established in the month of May 2023 through Gazette Notice number 5845, and which was operationalized on the 11th of May 2023. The overarching mandate of this task force is to review and evaluate the current sand harvesting and management practices, including public participation, revenue collection, and environmental matters, and develop drafts for the Kitui County Sand Harvesting Management Policy and the bills in line with the TOR, or in line with the terms of reference contained for or given out for this assignment. Your Excellency the Governor, for today's function, we have invited various stakeholders to witness this auspicious occasion, and I want to acknowledge them so that you can also appreciate who is with us today. So today we are with His Excellency the Deputy Governor. Maybe you can just raise your hand so that people can see you. Thank you very much. We have the county ministers. I ask you to be upstanding. Thank you very much. We have our acting county secretary. Thank you. We have our chief officers, those who are present today. Thank you very much. We have other county government officials present. Please be upstanding. Thank you very much. Then we had also invited members of the county assembly. They are yet to arrive. And we have the task force members who are present, led by the chair. I ask you to be upstanding so that we can acknowledge you. Thank you very much. We have other stakeholders who are non-county government actors. We have business community who are here, contractors and the rest. Please be upstanding so that we can see you. Thank you very much. We have got the professional and business associations, Kitui and Mwingi. If you are here, please be upstanding. Thank you very much. We have got Maendeleo ya Wanawake. Thank you very much. We have got members of Kitui Youth Link, those who are here. Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi. Nisahau kusema kila kikundi kipigiwe makofi, tutawapigia tukimaliza. Okay, members of the clergy, please. Thank you very much. Members of the fourth estate, the press. Kama umesimama inua mkono, tukuone. Asante sana. And any other persons who are here by invitation, you can be upstanding so that we can also see you. Tuwapigie coffee. We have special groups like people with disability. Unaweza kusimama, Bwana Mbalukanti, Bwana Kitonyi. Tuwapigie makofi. Thank you very much. Nataka tupigie makofi kila mtu mwenye amefika hapa. Thank you very much. So we are done with that agenda, and at this juncture, I want to call upon His Excellency the Governor to make his remarks. Your Excellency, sir.
His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, county ministers who are here, I know the others are dealing with the performance contracting and they can't be here. That's the reason why the seats are empty, even some CEOs. Members of the county assembly also, some are in Turkey, Speaker and others. Others are in Mwingi. They are considering the County Integrated Development Plan, CIDP. Even some of our ministers and officials are also out there. And if they finish in time, they will join us. Members of the clergy, CEOs who are here, members of the Taskforce on sand harvesting and management, other stakeholders who have been invited, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are still morning. Muko sawa. Before I was re-elected as governor for the great county of Kitui on 9th August 2022, there was a narrative which was all over this county that there is a lot of sand harvesting which was being done in an haphazard manner. No coordination, no rules, no nothing. And our rivers were being depleted at a rate where if nothing was done, it would be only bare rocks at the bed of those rivers, and there will be no sand, and getting water in our rivers will be very difficult. Apart from that, the environment around where the rivers are and the general environment of the county will equally be affected. And as I was campaigning and requesting our people to re-elect me, there is one promise I gave, that I'll do something to straighten the sand subsector. Some of you know my predecessor had issued a sand ban. Maybe the task force will tell us more details about that sand ban as they present their report. But the sand ban was saying sand from Kitui should not be transported from our borders, because you can't issue a ban as a governor beyond the area you have jurisdiction. It will be unconstitutional, it will be illegal, it will be null and void, ab initio. In other words, from the beginning of that ban, it will not be worthy the paper it will be on. And the then county administration issued some license to a group which was calling itself Kitui Sand Harvesting and Environment Co-op Society. I hope I've gotten the name right. And when I was elected and I came into office, there was a lot of pressure. Some people telling me, lift the ban which your predecessor had placed. And what surprised me, even some national government agencies were very proactively asking me to lift the ban. And strangely, making a very flawed argument, say when you lift the ban, then things will be better. And then I looked at it and I said, these fellows, maybe they are setting me up. And I said, I will not lift the ban, because imagine I just came into office, my predecessor had a ban on sand, and amongst the first things I will do is to lift the ban. The people who elected me would have said, this is not the Malombe we knew, the 2013-2017 Malombe who worked for us. So I said I'll not lift the ban. Of course, those interests, they started rumor mongering, saying all sorts of things. And those of you who are politicians in here, or those who are familiar with the politics, they know as politicians you must have one thing, a very thick skin, which can withstand insults, abuses, propaganda, innuendos, all sorts of things. As a politician, you must have all those. I can tell you the things which are brought to our attention, there are too many per day. If I tell you what has come across me before I came to this room, you will not believe it. But you must synthesize all those, you must process all those, and you must have a clear perspective and a very clear head. Otherwise, you will lose direction. And if you are the governor elected to lead and serve, and then you lose focus, then the county, it has a rota. So after you, some of you have been here, I appointed a number of committees. We were calling them committees, not task forces, but there is no difference. There is a committee which looked at matters relating to pending bills, and I'm happy. We have started paying pending bills, and we had said first in, first out. Those bills which were incurred earlier ndio zitalipwa kwanza, then zile zilikuja hapo katikati zilipwe, na zile zilikuja hapo mwisho zilipwe. Na hao malipo yameshaanza, and that's the reason why ukienda Mwingi, ukienda Mtoma, ukienda hapa Kitui, you find money has started circulating. The economies of our towns, our market centers, our rural areas are vibrant because money which had been locked and others shipped out of the county to other places and not serving our people, now it is circulating within our area. So we had that particular task force. Then we had one on human resource audit, which undertook its work, and they presented their report here. And amongst their recommendation is there were 935 persons who never turned out when the head count was being undertaken in December 2022. And the report which was given by the committee, which was headed by Dr. Florence Muinde, a director of the national government, was given in February. And all that while, when the counting took place, up to February, those 935 people, they never even showed up. And we have a workforce of 8,000 plus in Kitui County. ECD teachers alone, there are 2,345 whom we are put on permanent and pensionable. We are one among 8 counties in the Republic of Kenya which has put ECD teachers on permanent and pensionable. 8 out of 47. And Kitui has the highest number of ECD teachers. And we are happy because that's one of the best, one of the most useful investments we will ever make as a county. Because our children, they are the human resource for this county going forward. They are the ones who will take care of us as we age, and we want to give them a very good base. And you can't give them a good educational base without taking care of education at that particular level. When we put them on permanent and pensionable, the Minister of Finance could not believe because the wage bill more than doubled. It's over 500. I won't give the exact amount, but it is over 500 million Kenya shillings. It increased by another over 200 million Kenya shillings after converting them. But going back to these 935 persons who could not be accounted for, and if you are not accounted for during head counts, you are declared aghast. And most of you are here when I was advised by that committee which I had appointed, following accepted procedures where I also gazetted them. And once they give me a report and they say, these are our findings and these are recommendations we have made. 935 people could not be accounted, they did not turn up. You could be paying people, or you could be paying people who do not exist. You know, that's what it means. Therefore, stop their salaries forthwith. Forthwith means even, it's a stronger word than immediately. Forthwith. If you continue paying salary for another 1 week or something, the auditors, because whatever you do here is audited, the money we are using is not our personal money. It is public money. The auditors will come and say, you appointed a task force, whom you gazetted. They look at the members were, about 4 of them were from national government, director level. The lady in charge of IPPD national government, the entire national government, she was co-opted in that team. And therefore they had no reason kuonea mtu yoyote. So when they gave me that report and say, stop the salaries of this 935 forthwith, there was no other option. We had to do that. And then after the salaries were stopped, a lot of people popped in and said, oh, I was counted. I was the one even who was arranging the papers for the committee and so forth and so on. I said, fine, but no one is going to be reverted to the payroll without following an accepted procedure. Public service is a service of procedures. Whatever you do, you must follow certain procedures. We followed a procedure to remove them from the payroll. We appointed a task force. They said you'll be counted. As you are being counted, bring your original certificates, testimonials. Also, as you come to be counted, the first item, which you show the people counting is your ID. Because how do they know that name which is listed there and it gets salary is for somebody who exists? And you'll be surprised. I am told, because later on I appointed a team headed by one of my ministers. He's here, Mr. Mwendandu. He's a minister responsible for energy and other issues. Actually, even this matter we are looking at is responsible. And also deputized by another minister. My Minister for Culture, Phoebe Mutemi, she's not here. She's on the other side for the CIDP. And the other officials. And I also appointed the chairperson of the committee which prepared the initial report which identified the 935 and the vice chairman. I said they would also be in that team because I did not want the Mwendandu report, team to come up and say what the other team did was wrong, and those ones are not represented, and there's those ones they say, those ones you appointed, now the Mwendandu team which I appointed to really give an opportunity to these 935 who are said they were not accounted to account for themselves, for them to say, oh, they did not do something right. So they all came together, and I'm glad to report they have done their very best with the frustration, where people are asked to come and they don't turn up, yet they were all over in bars, in cafes, in corridors, saying, oh, we were not given an opportunity to be counted. Now there is another team headed by a minister, and some do not show up. But about 152 have been cleared, and those who have been cleared, we have now properly, officially, procedurally allowed them to be reverted. Because if you revert them without that sort of clearance, the auditors will tell you, What criteria did you use to revert these people back to the payroll? Were you compromised, or was somebody compromised? And we said everybody will go through the same process. Of course, we are here for the task force on sand harvesting and management. But if we gave Mwendando a few minutes to tell you some of the things, you'll be surprised. A lot of people don't have certificates. People, they have come, about 40 people, and they say they have no ID. They are told, if you lost your ID, why didn't you go to the police station and report and be given the proforma, they give a report. Yeah, and then you go and get another ID. From where you sit and where you stand, would you say such a person should have been counted by the original team? You don't have ID. And you do not know whether they don't have IDs or they are hiding or they are gods. Wale walikuwa pesa za county zinapitia either ikienda mfuko kwao ama ikienda kwa wengine. Another huge lot do not have certificates, which they had said they have. And the team which was counted, you heard, they were from national government. The likes, if you hear somebody was a director national government, usicheze na yeye. Kuwa director national government, ukianza pale chini, mpaka director, unamaliza 30 years. Now by then you have attended courses not less than 20. And I don't think there is a director national government who doesn't have a master's. Siku hizi hakuna. Na ni mtu ambaye amepitia mengi. Hao ndio nilichukua waingie kwa ile kamati. Hata huyu nilichukua Mwandando, he was a director. He was a director in national government. And he knows how public service works. Even in things like those, because the head counts are also conducted at the national government level. So many don't have certificates. But we have said, do the work meticulously so that the many we have been given the responsibility to manage on behalf of the people of Kitui, they are utilized properly, they pay people who should be paid, and we do the development we are supposed to execute. Hiyo ilikuwa kamati ya pili. Ile ingine ni ile ingine ya motor vehicles, plant, and equipment, which was headed by Mr. Stephen Wambua. They also presented their report here. And I've appointed another team, headed by one of my ministers, deputized by another minister and other members. And even I've said in the same committee, I want the chair of the former committee who prepared the initial report, they be there, and the vice chair, so that wakinipatia ripoti, because they are supposed to implement, the latter team is supposed to make sure the recommendations which were given by the committees are implemented. Because sikutaka tufanye vile inafanyika sana, even at national government level. And I worked in national government, I know what happens. Ripoti kama hizo zinatengenezwa na zinawekwa kwa kabati, zinaanza kushikwa na dust, and nobody implements them. And therefore the ideas and the recommendations, they all go to waste and nothing changes. Inakuwa business as usual. We have said in Kitui it's not going to be business as usual because we were elected not to continue with business as usual. If it was business as usual, mishahara ingekuwa inangoja. Hiyo ndio mulikuwa mnataka. Na vitu vingine ambavyo huku businesses ulikuwa unaenda in Kitui town Mwingi, Mutomo, Kanyangi and wherever, you think they are ghost towns. Because there's nobody who is asking to buy anything. There is no money circulating here. So that team also is doing their work. They have given their interim report. They do give during cabinet meetings. And now the other team which has appointed is this task force, because I identified major issues which required it to be dissected and looked at by not only people within, but also other stakeholders from outside. And usually I was going for chairs who are not from within. And for that reason, I chose Madam Esther Musili, whom we will be calling here to introduce her team and to present the report. And she's the one, and because of that, I will not talk to that. She's the one who will take us through the terms of reference to tell us you are appointed to do what, and then give us a report of whether you did that and what was supposed to be your outputs. Are those outputs being delivered? So I appointed that task force comprising, I think, 14 members and comprising a chairperson, vice chairperson, and I think 14 members and 3 members of the secretariat. And then we also, just like we did with the other teams, gave them the power to co-opt, of course in consultation with the appointing authority. I wish to commend this team even before they come, because I gave them exactly 2 months, translating into 60 days. The other teams, all of the other teams, they requested for extra time. These ones, they have completed the job in time. Wapigieni makofi. On time. And therefore, on cost. And I can assure you, because they gave their interim report a week ago, and then they said that now they will do the final refinement of their report. The reports with my team, which were presented to us, we appreciated them. I hope you will also equally appreciate the same. So, objective. We want to have a policy and legislation which will govern matters, sand harvesting and management in this county. There are things you can't stop. They have never been stopped by anybody in the world, in any country. You can't stop charcoal burning. You can't stop sand harvesting. What you do is you introduce modalities for monitoring, for regulation, for management, so that even in the case of sand, the environment is not destroyed. In other words, sand is not harvested to the extent it destroys the environment. And also, you introduce a system where that particular resource, which is located within our county, is beneficial to our people. It creates jobs for our youngsters. And I believe what is going to present it to us, because I've said we got an interim report, has really responded to what we requested that to happen. Of course, when it's a sector, within a sector there is chaos, it is chaotic. There are people who benefit from those chaos. And when you want to introduce order, they don't want order. And they will start all sorts of things. My predecessor, you know very well. People were saying, oh, the lorries which you are carrying sand, they belong to her. Even myself, they wanted to put my name there, and even my children and so forth. And but as I said, when you are a politician, you must have a thick skin. You can even be told, children you sired yourself, they were sired by somebody else. When you are a politician. And they know that is not true, but they want to annoy you. And when you get annoyed, you make wrong decisions. So we listen to all those, but the order we are going to have, once we finish with this, we want to hand over this to the county assembly, because we will have finished our duty as a county executive. It is up to them now to really adopt the policy and to enact the bill, so that we have the Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Act, which now can be enforced. Now you can't enforce anything. Even if you find that this lorry is a miguu 30, zinachota mchanga in the wrong way, all you can do is shout, be report to the police and so forth. You have no instruments for enforcement. Hata wakienda kotini, you can't do anything. For example, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. There was a time, people who say they are ESCC, they arrested some people, and some of the people from the media, they gave that a lot of prominence. I don't know whether it was deserved or wrong prominence, because they went and arrested a county revenue officer, a young girl, and they said, oh, she was the one with which we had money which was displayed on KTN News and even Citizen. And it turned out the young girl was not found with even 100 shillings. The money which those people who say they are from ESCC took really belonged to that circle. Because the money which is supposed to be paid to the county government of Kitui is paid electronically to the account of the Kitui county government. And I asked for records, because when that happened, as a governor, I want to know, what is this? Maybe there's something I do not know. And I asked my minister, I asked my CEOs, and all those who are concerned, do we get the money? Because the narrative out there is money is being collected and being given to other people. And it turned out no money was found with the county revenue officer, although it was presented to the media as if it's from the county revenue officer. And then this particular circle, whose money was taken, they went to court. And there is a court order which was given to ESCC. And they were instructed to return the 167,000 which they took from Kanyonyo and which had been presented as if it's counties, but to return to the owners. Because when they went to court, they said this is their money which was taken. And really, ESCC was told not to disturb those people. And that's where we are. And it happened, looking back, there are some people from around the Tiver River who also went to court, and then they were given an order not to harass those people, and because there was no clear legislation, and those people are still collecting sand using that particular order. So people, including those from those agencies, please don't chafua jina la kaunti letu ama ya viongozi wetu na watu wetu. Some of you probably are here. Please don't do that. And or using propaganda. That young girl was traumatized. Was traumatized unnecessarily. What we are going to do, hopefully, is we will have a policy and legislation which can be enforced on matters sand. And the main focus is environmental conservation. The main focus is kutoa mchanga. The main focus is we do it in a manner which is sustainable. We said no country in the world has ever stopped sand harvesting, charcoal burning, because it's not possible. But you institute measures to ensure as that is being done, ukikata mti unapanda ingine. And we need bylaws where ukiwa umekata mti, hata ikiwa ni kwa shamba lako, unapanda ingine. That is what happens in other countries. I went to Canada sometime in 2006 when I was director of housing, and we were taken for a tour, and that's what they are bylaws. Wewe unapanda mti, unautunza, unagrow, lakini ukitaka kukata mti lazima uapply kwa the local authority na uonyeshe evidence utapanda mti ingine na watakuwa wanakagua, because they want to protect the environment. The same thing we want. The main focus here si mchanga kuchukua changarawe. Changarawe kitachukuliwa, lakini we want environmental conservation. Okay? We want jobs for our people as that is happening. We want wealthy creation also for our people as that is happening. Si chukuliwe na tuachwe tungeveti. Okay? And with those few remarks, I thought I should make those remarks. I gave an undertaking that once the committees which I appointed, once the teams which I appointed to oversee the implementation of the recommendations which were made by various committees, I'll share that with the stakeholders who are here. And I can tell you what we are talking about here is being streamed. What I'm saying here, people who are singing in Kafoka, people who are in Nairobi, people who are in the UK, who have interest, inakuwa streams. Hii ni wakati ya digitali. Unasikia? Kwa hivyo inajulikana. Kwa hivyo vile tutafanya, tutawaita tena at an appropriate time to share. Hii ndio ilikuwa report, these were the recommendations, these ones have been implemented. In fact, that is required of us leaders under the new Constitution Kenya 2010 ambao tulipitisha. Ndio inataka pia public participation, and this team, the reason why I'm commending them even upfront is because they conducted public participation. And I was so keen to hear how the public participation went in the 8 sub-counties, how many people attended. what was contributed, to what extent as what the people proposed or recommended been mainstreamed in your report, in your policy, in your bill. Of course, you don't include everything. That does not happen anywhere. Unachunga. In other words, you have to look at what is feasible or not. Because wananchi watatoa maoni, lazima yawekwe maanani, but they must be really evaluated, and you see how to make sure they are given meaning. So we'll also hear that, but the public participation, I was very, very happy with it. Most of our MCAs, maybe that's part of the reason why they have other things today, because we had some in Turkey, literally others wako kule Mwingi on CIDP. You know, CIDP wanataka kupitisha before the end of this financial year. This financial year 2022-2023 inaisha leo, 30th of June. Na kwa hivyo there are a lot of things happening, including even a performance contract must be concluded in terms of negotiation with the national government team, which is helping us in negotiating. National government team, because we want the same to be objective as well. They are the ones which also do for national government MDAs, those are ministries, departments, and agencies, because we want to maintain high standards in this county. And that's how we are going to change this place. Na kwa ayo nimesema, nitakoma hapo ili tupate hiyo report, and then chairperson akitupatia report pamoja na timu yake atatuambia vile watafanya presentations. After that, we will give you an opportunity, particularly if you are not a member of that team, if you are not a member of the task force, to seek clarification on any of the issues they will raise. Lakini mujue, when you want to bring order in a sector like this, there are people who feel pakiwa order, I'll lose. And they have the capacity kuanza smear campaigns kali sana. Even organizing meetings purportedly to talk matters sana. Nilisikia ingine ilikuwa mwitasiano, but when you look at it, maybe it was organized by the same characters. That's what they do. They will formulate a front which looks like they are not part of it, but they are the ones who are behind it. And they generate propaganda aimed at whatever is being done to bring order to be stopped. Hii ni lazima tufanye. Kulialia haitawezekana. Mulinichagua niongoze kitu. Sasa nikilia na nyinyi muliliambia ongoza kwa sababu watu wanatoa propaganda, haiwezekani. And they are wasting their time, all of them, from wherever and whenever. Asanteni sana. Ebu nichukue nafasi hii nimkaribishe Madam Esther Musili. Mpigieni makofi wakati anakuja. Aje hapa, ni yeye sasa ata introduce members wake, and then she will present 3 things. The report, and itakuwa highlights, because yakipresent yote tutakaa hapa mpaka saa 12. Highlights the report yake, then highlights ya policy, na highlights ya the bill, which we hope itakuwa legislation ya kusimamia hayo mambo. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the CECM, the Acting County Secretary, the CEOs, House of Clergy that are present, the media team, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Esther Musili. I'm privileged to be the chairperson of this task force of Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Task Force 2023. And I take the pleasure to introduce my team. I'll begin by the task force members. Can you please stand up? The space is small. They can just take a round of saying who they are and what they did in the task force. A quick round. And because you have stood all of them, we also have joint secretaries, 3 of them, and we also have co-opted members. So they will just take a round of introduction. Thank you.
Your Excellency and all protocol observed, my name is Rachel Mwangangi. I'm a member of the task force and I had the privilege to work on the bill and the policy. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor, the Deputy Governor, the Ministers, the CEOs, all protocols observed. My name is Marian Kioko. I am a member of the task force and I had the privilege to work on the bill. Thank you. Thank you, sir. My name is Marian Kioko. I work for the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, as the Regional Director of Environment in charge of Eastern Region. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency and members. My name is Dr. Grace Mutua. I'm Governor's Advisor on Climate Change, Resilience, Mitigation and Adaptation, Kitui County. I'm a co-opted member of the team, and I had the privilege of working on the structures that will be managing site management on the site of the harvest. I also had the privilege of being the documenting public participation views in Kitui Central and Mwingi Central and putting those in order for the report, and also in charge of report writing. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kitui County, my name is Alice Mumbua Kimeu. I had a privilege of working in compiling the final report of the public participation and also working on the development of the final report. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, I'm Sarah Kanini Mutisia from Jankithia West. I'm a business lady and I was a member of this task force. I am a member of this task force and I was in public participation team. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I'm Mary Mutevia from Mwingi West. I work at Mwingi Level 4 as a revenue clerk. I was in public participation, especially Mwingi Central and Kitui Central. I combined the issue of rivers and the destroyed infrastructure in our county. And I was in public participation team. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa wetu Governor, kwa majina naitwa Katiwa Nzoka Kimanzi, nimetoka Kifou, Mwingi Central, Kitui County. Mimi ni contractor wa Kitui, lakini nilianza kitambo, si wakati umefanya hata na CDF. Wengine wasiona ni round hii. Na mimi ni member wa Taskforce.
Your Excellency, my name is Philip Jeremiah Zula from County Ministry of Water and Irrigation, a member of the task force. I was in the team that was working on the policy, and I also offered secretarial services during the public participation in Mwingi North and Kitui Rural. Thank you.
Your Excellency the Governor, my name is Paris Nzoki. I'm a co-opted secretary.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, sir. My name is Benjamin Mukulo from the Ministry of Energy, Environment, Climate Change, Forestry, Natural and Mineral Resources. In this team, I was in the joint secretariat. I'm in the joint secretariat. I had the privilege of going through the policy, the bill, and now the report. I was supporting compilation and editing. Thank you.
Your Excellency, all protocols observed. My name is Patrick Kituku. The Secretary General of the Charcoal Producers Federation of Kenya, and I'm a member of this task force. I led the public participation team, which was in Mwingi Central and Kitui Central. I'm happy to see some of my members here from the public. Karibuni sana. In the task force, I'm also leading the team doing the bill. Thank you.
Your Excellency, I'm Roslyn Munyasia, working for the county government of Kitui in Revenue Department. I'm a member to this task force, and I was involved in preparation of the bill and also data analysis in report writing.
Your Excellency, all protocols observed. I'm Lilian Musili, a geologist working for the Department of Energy, Natural and Mineral Resources. In the task force, I was in the joint secretariat. I was also the rapporteur for enduring public participation in Mwingi West and Kitui sub-counties. And I've been very instrumental in the formulation of the draft bill and also in the preparation of the final report of the task force. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, my name is Arson Kamunzumopa from Kepo Ward, Mwingi Central. I'm a member of the task force, and I was leading public participation in this task force.
Your Excellency, my name is Alex Mwanzia. I'm the Basa Mwingi Boys, and in this task force I've been active in the report writing, and I was also privileged to be in the team that was doing participation in Mwingi Central and Kitui Central. Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Siri Katunga, a former education officer in Ukambani. I was a member of this task force and had the privilege to participate in the public participation in Kitui West and Kitui South, and also helped in the formulation of the basins. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor, the Deputy Governor, Ministers of the county, Chief Officers, County staff, and all invited guests. My name is Bernard Ngongo. I am from Ikanga Chatune Ward in Kitui South, a member of this task force. My role was actually, I was a team leader in the two sub-counties visited, that is Kitui, Mwingi West and Kitui East. Then I was instrumental in the public participation writing report and eventually the final report. Thank you.
Your Excellency, my name is Joseph Mutwike. I'm a member of this task force. I was a team leader in public participation in Mwingi North and Kitui Rural. I was privileged also to be in the bill team in this team. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor, all the protocols observed. My name is Lawrence Nduva. I'm a legal officer, Office of the County Attorney. I was guiding the team on the actual drafting of the policy, the actual drafting of the bill. I also guided the team in the preparation of the contents for public participation, guided by what our courts have told us, and also assisted director in editing. So thank you very much.
Your Excellency Governor Kitui County, my name is John Modui. I was a joint secretary to this task force, and I've been instrumental all around. Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, the Deputy Governor, and all protocol observed. My name is Jerimoth Kimwele Mwasia. I come from Mwingi North. I am a member to the task force, doing all round duties, but most importantly, assisting the chairperson. I am the vice chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and members present. At least you have observed that my team is well balanced, comprised of everybody and who it takes to deliver on this mandate. I'm not apologizing to them. I had to whip them a bit to be able to deliver everything on time. Thank you, team. You are a great team. You worked till wee hours to ensure that this task is accomplished. I want to go straight to appreciating those that played various roles in realizing achievement of this task. Yes, this is the Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Task Force 2023, referred to as the Task Force. I would like to begin by appreciating His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Julius Malombe. I want to thank you more sincerely for keeping the Kitui promise to the great people of Kitui by realizing challenges that they are facing, hence appointing this task force to look into sand value chain matters. You have alluded to the issues very clearly, and I want to very much appreciate your input. It has been an interactive process. I also want to appreciate the CEM and also the CEO in the Ministry of Energy, Environment, Forestry, Climate Change, Natural and Mineral Resources for their support to this task force. There are other CECs, the CEOs, that have filled their inputs to this report. We also had other members from the public. During their public participation, they also made considerable effort to provide their inputs to this process. I will also not forget the members of County Assembly. At least most of them managed to participate during our public participation efforts. And those that did not manage, they had to follow us up, and they also made a contribution to our checklists. I also want to appreciate other members from Kitui who went ahead and wrote their memoranda. They channeled them to us through various media. We received emails via the email platform. Some were just delivered physically. Yeah. I'm continuing because the person who is helping me, they are struggling with the gadgets. And you don't want to take a lot of time in this. Yeah, let me, yeah. I'm waiting for them because when you see and you also hear, there is a lot of learning as opposed to just listening. Finally, I would also like to appreciate the media team. They played also a critical role in ensuring that the announcements were made timely, to invite each and everybody to, so the door was open for everybody in Kitui, within and also in the diaspora, to make their contribution to this process. And finally, my task force members have already appreciated you because of the kind of work you delivered. I want to say that when we talk about sand in Kitui, we can define sand because soil, it has to be differentiated from other material, natural material. And so when we talk about sand, it's defined as unconsolidated loose grains of minerals and rock that are less than 2.1 millimeters, but more than 0.06 millimeters in diameter. That's what we call sand. And I want to say that Kitui County has a wide range of choices of sand, from fine, medium to large grains. Hence, it has become a one-stop shop for those that are in need of various types of sand. Okay, thank you. I also want to say that Kitui sand is of quality because it is a river sand. As the water moves downstream, the size becomes smaller. And that's why even up to the sea, we have very fine particles. So we have the best sand in Kitui, but the harvesting is unorganized. It is not regulated, as His Excellency has alluded. And currently, we have hotspots where serious sand harvesting is taking place. Get in touch with people from Kivu. They say today is like over 100 lorries, 30 tonnage. They have ferried sand from that site to Nairobi. And I want to say again that back in 2018, there was a sand ban for export of sand outside the county. And I want to say that that ban is still there, but there are weak enforcement mechanisms in the county. That's why it has not been working. And despite having the ban, even as you are seated here, sand harvesting is taking place. The unregulated sand activities have negative impacts. There's a lot of damage of our roads, especially the ones that are being used by the heavy trucks on their way to the river to get the sand. Food insecurity, and especially the irrigated agriculture by people that are using water from the rivers because of exploitation. Drying of shallow wells and ponds. At Mwingi, when we visited during our familiarization visit, we could see women following the way trucks are going further downstream, at least to manage to get a well for fetching their water. And total degradation and destruction of the upstream where a lot of intensive harvesting has been taking place. The water quality and quantity is also affected. The greatest losers of all this unregulated sand activities have been the environment due to degradation and loss of ecosystem. The community because of lack of water, destroyed infrastructure, and other social issues. I only want to speak some of them here, what the people managed to tell us. But I guess you get right what they told us, what happens at the river during the harvesting by the truck drivers. The county government is also at a loss due to revenue through either proud or vibrant. And it is because of these reasons, His Excellency, Dr. Julius Malombe, the governor, through a Gazette notice number 5845 dated 5th May 2023, set up this County Sand Harvesting and Management Task Force 2023 to address this situation by a policy and legislation in place to ensure that there's a bit of normalcy in this context. And the purpose of the task force was to review and document the entire sand value chain, review and evaluate the current sand harvesting and management practices, document threats to sand value chain process, literature review on sustainable sand harvesting and management, benchmarking with other counties, those that are already managing their sand business. Another mandate was holding public participation for community and also to seek for stakeholder input, proposing ideal aggregation sites to form commercial sand yards per basin and modalities of their management, proposing community organizations that can be registered and granted licenses and permits to oversee sand harvesting activities and their regulatory guidelines thereof. That was the assignment that the task force was given. Modalities to come up with modalities for licensing and issuance of permits for sand harvesting, proposing measures to curb infiltration by cartels, brokers, and other unregulated groups, proposing modalities for organization and management of sand loaders into groups, and finally, propose a policy and legislative measures, develop a draft Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Policy and a draft Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Bill. Article 174C of the Constitution of Kenya gives the powers of self-governance to the people and enhances the participation of the people in the exercise of the powers of the state in making decisions affecting them. And by this clause of Constitution, it gave us the powers to organize our communities to see how they are going to manage their sand activities. The task force applied different methods to collect information from the public and enrich the legal framework, and this included desktop review of relevant literature. We have a big book of relevant literature touching on sand harvesting at global level, national level, and also locally. We have also cases, local cases, touching on sand harvesting. We also managed to collect views via public participation, engagement forums with diverse stakeholders, sand harvesting, site familiarization visits. We wanted to see, because some of my members could hear, there is a lot of unscrupulous sand harvesting in some areas, especially in the hotspots. So we balanced between the affected areas. We visited Kiromboko, Kivou. We also visited and also through Kalambani site, whereby sand harvesting, it is not done. And there is very high potential of sand and also water. And we thought that was also very good. Learning visits with the counties with sound sand management, the team managed to visit Makueni. So the report, while it's being tabled, you'll be able to allude to the learnings from Makueni, being among the first counties after devolution to enact laws governing sand harvesting. So it's taking place, and I don't want to preempt the presentation. You are going to be told what happens in Makueni. We also gathered public views through digital forums. We had a forum whereby a lot of communication took place, different people wanting to make different contributions to this process. Thank you very much. At that juncture, after giving you the methodology that we applied to come up with our reports, I wish to give you the order of presentation. We are going to have the report itself presented by John Muthui, and it's going to be just highlights. We have a detailed report, a field checklist and questionnaires from public participation, all the written memoranda, and they are going to be kept in soft, in copy, so that that report remains intact. And then, after you hear the report, Benjamin Mukulo will present the policy, and finally, Patrick Kituku will present the bill. And then I will be able to do the final conclusion. Thank you very much. John, very fast, take over the mic and table the report.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Julius Malombe, Governor Kitui County, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to stand here to give you the key highlights on the task force report. And I say key highlights because the document is seriously big, and we cannot belabor going through every detail. We have been here for the last 50 days, and you can know that what has been done in 50 days cannot be summarized in 10 minutes. So bear with me to give those highlights. As you can see, this sand business, this sand matter, seems to be a very hot potato. It has even caused the machines to misbehave when we were beginning, and the chair had to struggle a lot to catch up. But be it hot or soft, I am happy that we have managed. So I want to just go straight. Muklo, I do a brief introduction that the county government of Kitui, led by Dr. Malombe, has already recognized the problem of unregulated and uncontrolled sand harvesting. And this sand harvesting has led to severe environmental degradation. There has been land erosions, collapsing of riverbanks, receding water tables, and the destruction of natural habitats, among others. If you go around, you'll witness those things, and I know we come from areas where we see those things. Witness also increased reported negative social ills, such as insecurity, school dropouts, drug and substance abuse, teen pregnancies, among others. If you go to the hotspots and interact with the local community, you will hear a lot of that, where children have left school and they have become loaders at the sunsides. And the best, the lorry drivers and the entrepreneurs there can give our children is bang and muguka, so that they can get lost in this business. There is lack of institutional framework coupled with weak enforcement mechanisms and absence of clear guidelines for effective conservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of our river ecosystems, which has led to the irresponsibility associated with this subsector. Those who are mining our sand seem to know that there are no clear laws that can catch them. So when they start doing it, they do it the way they want, when they want it. And some of them are digging our rivers to the rock bottoms and are exhausting everything that can conserve water. This is because of the weak regulatory, weak enforcement laws available, and they seem to be very much aware of that. There is need to control sand harvesting and related activities at our catchment areas of the rivers, which I'll just highlight the basins we have mapped, to ensure sustainability through protection, conservation, and rehabilitation of rivers. As much as we cannot stop sand harvesting, this has to be done in a responsible manner that ensures there is protection and conservation. This necessitates formulation of a comprehensive policy framework to provide guidance on environmental conservation and restoration of depleted river ecosystems, regulate harvesting and utilization of sand, as well as ensuring community participation and sharing of the accruing benefits. Currently, the way this is happening, my friends, is that a few people are taking away almost everything, and the majority are not benefiting. So our guiding principles when we were developing this comprehensive policy were three things. One, intergenerational equity. Our great-grandfathers and our fathers and even grandfathers did not misuse this resource. That is why we have found it. Some of us today are fathers and grandfathers. We need to ask ourselves, what will the future children say about us? Have we protected what they need to use in the future as much as it was protected by others in the past? We were also guided by the principle of environmental conservation. God created us here and placed us in this world to protect it and to take care of it. So we cannot be responsible as human beings who have intellect to destroy what God has given us. We were also guided by the principle of equitable share of benefits. Natural resources belong to everyone. And therefore, when we mine natural resources, we need to equitably share the proceeds or the benefits thereof. The task force, of course, was mandated by the appointing authority with very specific terms of reference, as they have been highlighted by the chair. But I will highlight a few. That one of the key tiers to this task force was to propose policy and legislative measures that ensure optimization of the sand resources for the county and our communities, and propose modalities for overseeing the licensing and issuance of permits for sand harvesting and management, including conservation for local use. And then we were to develop and draft Kitui County Sand Harvest and Management Policy and a bill. We have endeavored to do this in the last 50 days and are handing over the outcomes today. I think at this time, having been a joint secretary, I'll take this opportunity to thank our friends who we participated in the last 50 days. They were not very easy. We have worked overnight sometimes, and even some other times on Sundays, to make sure that we beat the deadline. We employed several methodologies. They have been alluded by the chair, of course. But to review and document the entire sand value chain, including harvesting and all that, we embraced these methods, as the chair said: desktop review, sand harvesting site familiarization visits, learning visits to counties with sound sand management policies. We collected views via public participation, and we had forums with diverse stakeholders. Engagement forums, of course, with other stakeholders who showed up to give their inputs. We also gathered views through the digital platforms. As you've heard, we received several memoranda. In the literature review, this task force checked out all literature available about sand harvesting, both locally and internationally. Just to highlight a few, we checked what the Constitution of Kenya says. We checked the MCA laws, 1999. We checked the Mining Act 2016. We checked National Sand Harvesting Guidelines 207. We checked the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Rio Earth Summit 1992, Paris Climate Conference 2015, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and of course, many others, which we cannot list here. One of the things that came out from the literature review was on the issue of ownership of sand. This sand we are discussing, who owns it? And from our constitution, and even under the Mining Act 2016, sand is defined as a constitution mineral together with other minerals and mineral oils. And in Article 62(1)(f), all minerals and mineral oils are defined as public land, meaning sand is defined as public land. And a public land is vested in the state. When you get that word state in the Constitution, it will refer to both national and the county governments. Therefore, sand is held in trust by the state, and this matter, sand is held in trust by the county government. So in Kenya, sand harvesting and utilization legislations are, this is what we derive from the literature review, that sand harvesting and utilization legislations are fragmented, they are outdated and not aligned to the Constitution of Kenya 2010, especially on matters of devolution and on matters of enforcement, who is responsible for what. Some of the guidelines available, like 2007, came before the 2010 Constitution. So when you refer to a 007 guideline using a 2010 Constitution, of course, they cannot match. The county government of Kitui doesn't have own legislation to govern sand harvesting, making it difficult to enforce such laws for sustainable sand harvesting and utilization. Of course, the governor has already alluded to that, sometimes you feel like a barking dog that has no teeth. You want to do something, but you can't do it. And apparently, the thieves who steal our resources seem to know that there is nothing much you can do. So, on public participation, which is alluded in the Constitution as a key step towards developing any policy, and as the chair already alluded, we need a public participation. Of course, we had a special on that given by the appointing authority, who seems to have done a lot of groundwork to prepare for this task force. We were to organize one public participation forum per river basin to seek community and stakeholder input on their roles pertaining to sand harvesting management, including identification of sand sites, environmental protection and conservation. So in line with that, we did public participation forums in 8 sub-counties. Of course, there is 8 and 8 there in Kitui, on date 8th and 9th of June 2023, guided by, we were doing public participation in 4 sub-counties each day, guided by teams, of course, 4 teams of the task force members. So all public engagements were very fruitful and healthy, and maybe I take this opportunity to thank all those who participated, including members of county assembly in their respective areas who attended our gatherings and made their contributions, and others who followed us in where we were working from and gave their opinions. A total of 2,107 members of the public participated and made their contributions. So we received some inputs from the public participation, which we have already processed, and the views are already reflected in the different documents we are going to hand over today. But opinions through the plenary and checklist contributions from the 8 counties, which went on very well. We have also received some 16 memoranda physically received and also via the task force email address, which we had provided to the public. We also had an opportunity to engage with some 26 civil society organizations and CBOs that had been convened and Resource Conflict Institute Reconcile, who also wanted to contribute to the sand harvesting and management discussion. I think when the governor announced this task force, there was a lot of public interest on the matter, and various organizations started coming together to want also to give their contribution. We also received opinions from the members of the county assembly. Some who came to their regions and participated during the open forums, and during the plenary showed their support for what we were doing and also what the governor is doing. We have also received input from the Kitui County departments. We have written to different ministries so that they make their contributions. I will just highlight a few cross-cutting issues that came out of that and which have already been factored in the development of our policy and bill. The public said that there is need to take immediate measures to conserve and protect our rivers from over-exploitation of the sand resource. This was overwhelmingly voiced by everybody. From where we went, people are feeling that it is an urgent matter to take conservative and protective measures to save what is remaining. There is frustration in previous attempts to seek intervention from different state offices, including NEMA, Kenya Police, county government officials, county commissioners, chiefs, among others. The public felt that it is not clear who is responsible for what. So even when you report this matter, you don't know who is supposed to do what, even when things are going bad. I think you have pushed me ahead. Yeah. According to the public, there is opaqueness. You know that word. There is opaqueness in the existing laws, which has made it impossible for community members to hold a specific office responsible for the consequences being witnessed as a result of continued damage of their rivers. So you can move on. So it was clear that participants were not informed on the provisions in law. This also came out very clearly, that participants are not very clear on the law on sand and riparian land ownership. And it was the observation of this task force that this is a sensitive issue that requires community sensitization to avert conflicts in the future. People feel, if I'm a riparian, hapo ni kwangu. If I am close to the river, nobody else should come there. And you could feel it on the ground that people feel that whatever is happening is infringing on some things they think they are theirs, but definitely are public. Participants welcome the idea of a well-regulated licensing regime to guide environmental conservation and also to guide on fees and sales payments with the county government of Kitui. That was very welcome, that there needs to be a licensing regime that clearly stipulates how environment should be conserved and how revenue should be generated if this resource has to be used. They proposed that a specific percentage of the revenue collected should be plowed back into the local community projects and the community social responsibility programs. So the management of sand harvesting sites should be bestowed to locally organized groups and cooperatives. That came out very clearly, that people felt if we are the custodians, of course the government holds the public property in trust, but communities that are close to these resources feel that they need to be involved at local level to manage the sand harvesting, so that somebody does not come from wherever and start managing local resources on behalf of others, because there was that desperation that even as you complain, it is not your people benefiting or involved. So all sand-related activities shall take place between 6 and 6 p.m., 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. That is, no transporter will be allowed to collect load or transport sand after 6 p.m. One participant somewhere was said that there are very few things that happen at night which are good. Of course, few. So when you see things happening at night, most of them are not good. So of course, a part of methodology which I just need to pass, as the chair has alluded, we had familiarization visits on the sites. We visited several sites. We chose among the overharvested and degraded areas and also the currently conserved sites. Currently, the overharvested areas are Tiva and Enziu, Kivu River, and we had our experiences there, which will come out during the reading of the policy. We also went to Tua, and here we had developed under checklist. That is why we went to the sites. Among some members in our task force who are not aware when we say sand is being harvested, because they come from areas where it is not harvested. So we felt we need to go around all of us so that we talk from the same pinch. On learning visit, I've said we chose Makueni because Makueni has many similarities to Kitui, especially on our previous experiences in our regulated sand harvesting. We know Makueni went through some hard time sometimes in the past. We had stories in the news of people even killing themselves in the rivers, fighting over the resource, and even trying to stop cartels. And therefore, we also are aware they had come up with a regulatory framework, which when we went there, we found it was true that they had already enacted by 2015 the Makueni County Sand Conservation and Utilization Act, which established the Makueni County Sand Conservation and Utilization Authority, already learning there. There are details of what we learned there, but some of the key learning lessons we learned from Makueni was that community engagement and participation in both the policy and implementation is very key. You cannot develop this resource law without involving the community. There were experiences whereby they shared how they have suffered to bring to implementation some of the things that are in their laws, because initially they did not properly involve the community in designing the laws. Community involvement in environmental protection, conservation, and rehabilitation is very key. We saw experiences in Makueni whereby even there are so many enforcement forces, engines that should participate in protecting what the county has. We also learned that this authority is yet to be financially sustainable since it focuses on conservation only. I think that is missing. It focuses on conservation. It's not more about sand selling, but conserving. Because of that, the whole system does not support itself financially. As I start exiting, as I've said, there are so many things we learned. I cannot narrate all of them. But this task force did some recommendations, and especially on an aspect of institutional framework. The task force drafted a policy that recommends a robust institutional and regulatory framework of the county sand harvesting and management sector. It is a subsector actually, to ensure a maker-checker approvals at all levels, from the local community to the county sand committee. Of course, I will highlight that institutional framework, but a key principle on that framework is to make sure that decisions on sand harvesting are made collaboratively between the community and other levels of leadership that should be involved. A maker-checker principle here means the person who makes a decision, for example, the person who decides to designate a place for sand site, is not the one who is going to approve that decision. And as well, the person who is approving that decision is not the one initiating that decision. So that if a community decides that we want this place designated for sand harvesting, it has to subject that decision to somebody else to approve. And there are rules that needs to be observed before that approval is done. This is crucial for realization of sector's full economic potential. That balance is between sustainable sand harvesting while addressing the associated social and environmental concerns. so that the people who are on the ground, if they raise concerns and they initiate a decision to reverse, for example, a designation, that balance needs to be, that decisions need to be effected by approver because of the said line guidelines. The institutional framework proposed a 4-tier kind of institutions that should oversee this process. At the directorate level, the Directorate of Natural and Mineral Resources to be at the apex, of course working with a Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Committee. The policy will highlight how that could be constituted if the time allows. And also a basin-based cooperative societies level that will manage the basins. And the lower at that institutional framework is a site-based community sand group. The local community groups would be institutionalized through our laws to make sure that they are special vehicles in this sand value chain. These are the groups that should replace the cartels and the brokers and the sand dealers when they are properly equipped and when they are properly managed. Of course, there's a diagram. It's an organogram, yeah, to just try to explain what I am saying. Governor, big and apex, of course, you know, matters natural resources. The backstops with the president of the county, who is the governor, and then the executive committee member who oversees a department, 2 departments, one in charge of energy and natural resources, and another one in charge of environment and climate change. That red color, is it red or brown? The ladies who are here. It shows that that line, that will chain of organogram. From the Department of Energy, there is the Directorate of Natural and Mineral Resources, and then the County Sand Management Committee, and several basin-based cooperative societies. And maybe you check the next organogram so that you see the specific value, whatever, that one, yeah. That clearly shows we are envisaging 5 basins where there will be 5 cooperative societies. You know, when the bill will be presenting, will highlight on how those cooperatives will be formulated and entrenched in our laws so that they become legal entities to manage at the basin level. And we have already mapped up 5 basins. Basins here describing rivers that drain in the same direction in a particular section of our county. The Nzitu, the Tia, the Nziu, Teva, and the Tua are key basins in our county. Of course, those basins belong to other wider basins, the Adi Basin and the Tana Basin. But we are saying there will be cooperative movements that will be organized and institutionalized within those basins to manage sand harvesting and conservation matters within those catchment areas. And below every basin will be several site-based community sand groups, which will be formulated following a very strict guideline and an elaborate procedure that will make sure that they are empowered and trained to understand their mandate on conservation as they utilize the sand resource. So basically that's a snapshot of the institution proposed. There are details, of course, which will be made available. You can move on. Of course, I've just alluded to that. There is the river basin model, which we were given actually in the TR to follow, and which was even guiding the public participations. In order to come up with a model that suits Kitui County, the task force came up with the river basin model. And why river basins? Instead of looking at our county in terms of the current and administrative geographies, when we are addressing issues, sand and the rivers, we decided to have the catchment areas as the areas of concern, because one catchment will affect one community, which may not be necessarily within the same sub-county or county, or rather sub-county or ward, or even villages. So we were avoiding balkanization of the county. You think of a scenario like somebody in Tiva who comes from Kitui West, shares Tiva with another person from Kitui Central. The main river is Nziu, and all other rivers that join Nziu or flow in the same direction. And then there is the Tiang, Utani, Kamuongo basins. There's a details of several other rivers that join Tia and they flow into Tana River. Zitu, Kase, Kanyungu, the main river there is Zitu. All these comprise of rivers and streams draining in the same direction. There is some elaborate work that we began doing, and that may need to be progressed on delineation of those basins to come up with clear maps on how aggregation would be done, so that there are no conflicts and that there is efficiency. That delineation requires to do some survey and even make sure that the details are well documented. But of course, as you will understand, when the policy is being projected, that there will be aggregation sites or yards to be proposed based on strict procedures, strict guidelines that will ensure that it's clear on how sand harvesting should take place in every basin. Conclusions, of course, having just highlighted what I felt is the mother in the details that are involved, it is the task force's belief that the proposed guidelines in the draft Kitui County and County Sand Harvesting and Management Policy and the Kitui County the draft Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Bill, which is being handed over today, will translate the chaos witnessed today in the sand sector into order. We believe that what we have done will bring that order, the much needed order. Thank you very much for your time. So maybe to save the chair, I can just usher Mukulo to continue with the policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, His Excellency the Governor, His Excellency the Deputy Governor, the County Executive Committee members who are here with us, the CS, the CEOs who have attended this forum, bishops, imams who are with us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to move to the policy, and much of what I would have said, I know has been mentioned before, but I will say that this, from the task force, this is a policy that is the result of our crisscrossing in the county villages to ascertain or to kind of see or see the kind of situation on the ground, and also compounding together the opinions or the contributions from individual members of the community, organized groups, CSOs, and everybody else who attended. I will want us to go to the paper, if I'm allowed, so that we can see what is it that we put in the policy. Go to the next one. And we are saying, it has been alluded to, that sand harvesting in Kitui County is largely unregulated and uncontrolled. And in our literature review, we could gauge the uncontrolled sand harvesting, the level of degradation that uncontrolled sand harvesting has the capacity to bring. And therefore, we are saying it brings challenges such as drying of rivers. Where our people get from, those rivers are drying up. And the chair also said we witnessed our moms, our sisters walking together with their donkeys down the stream. Actually, we walked several kilometers with a lady with the donkeys looking for a place they can get water from. It is really shocking if you can reach there. I will show a picture of what we saw on the ground. Receding of water tables. There are some boreholes which were done by county government. We also have boreholes. But these boreholes accumulate water slowly from the capture, the water captured by sand. So when the water just runs across on a dry river bend, we don't expect recharging to take place. So it's a grave situation. We also have unclean water. You see, trucks are being driven on the sand, on the rivers, even where people are fetching sand. In some instances, we found a lady fetching sand, and the truck was also beside there. You can imagine the diesel, the oil, and hiyo viatu yote inakanyanga hiyo maji na tunaendelea kutumia. In fact, the worst situation is those rubber sheds we find on the sand. It was unfortunate. We did not think it was the best thing to have in our county. So we have unclean water, damaged river banks. The river banks are actually collapsing because the channel has been swept clean of sand. So this one was witnessed especially in Itifa and Kivu. And we now want to say that the benefits of a well-managed sand value chain in our rivers far outweighs the disadvantages. In one of the reportings we did intermediary in the last 2 weeks, we were able to take stock if we were able to regulate sand, how much it would bring to our people. And therefore, the benefits will be massive if we are going to regulate our sand, because the same sand can be used to undertake conservation of our riverbeds. So there is need for formulation of a comprehensive policy to provide guidance on environmental protection, conservation, restoration of the depleted river ecosystems. What we are saying here is that our priority is not sand harvesting. Our priority is not selling sand. Our priority as a county should be protection of the river ecosystem, followed by conservation of whatever has been destroyed, restoration of whatever has been destroyed. So that is the situation. This is the river where there used to be sand. You can remember if you come from that side, this is Kivu River. And the Kivu River here, the base where there used to be sand, imetokea matope. And because the recent rain, sand ingine haikukuja, then you will find there that it is bare soil which has been eroded. In the side of the river, the walls are collapsing. The river banks are actually collapsing. So we are expecting then in the next one season, you know, there will be a lot of sweeping away of that soil which will have fallen there, widening the river channel. A very grave situation. Let's go forward. Therefore, we looked at what are the legal frameworks that can give us at least some grounding as Kitui County citizens to bring order into this subsector. Article 42 of the Constitution in the Bill of Rights stipulates that every person has a right to clean and healthy environment. The Constitution recognizes the right of every individual to clean and healthy environment, which includes the right to have the environment protected. It also stipulates that a person has a right to conserve the environment, to have future generations, present and future generations, benefiting from the same. And actually it says other measures that should be taken, particularly those contemplated in Article 69. Then we also brought to focus Article 69, 1A and G. That mandates the state, and we said the state includes county and national government, to ensure sustainable conservation, exploitation, utilization, and management of the environmental and the natural resources. Sand is a natural resource at that. And ensure equitable sharing of the accruing benefits. Whatever is happening today there is no equitability in sharing of resources. It's either one person is benefiting and the others are chasing him around. So I think we don't have that kind of equitability. And then Article 69, therefore, is giving us some more strength to ensure sustainability. In doing so, the state is obliged to ensure that it eliminates processes and activities that are likely to endanger the environment. The activities being undertaken in our rivers are definitely, very clearly endangering the environment, while utilizing natural resources for the benefit of the people of Kenya. So I think we have those groundings that are giving us an opportunity to legislate. Further, according to Article 185, 1, 2, and 4A, it talks about the power of county assemblies to legislate. When we sit here as the county executive, we are preparing this documentation so that we can take them to county assembly to work on them or to put them into law. So there is a power of the county assembly to make laws that will enable county government to perform its powers and functions. So if there is a function the county government is supposed to do in line with the 4th schedule, then the county assembly has a very big window to legislate that. Of course, we can give direction by drafting. And the 4A also says that the same county assemblies may receive and approve plans. Mheshimiwa nimekuona hapa. You may receive and approve plans and policies for management and exploitation of the county natural resources. So we are actually having very good reason to do what we are doing today. If we go further, Kitui Vision for Economic Transformation 2025, you know, in this planning document, the county government of Kitui, and it was His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Julius Malombe, that time, committed to put in place policy and regulatory frameworks for, it is written, charcoal and sand, and promote sustainable sand harvesting. We have put there charcoal in brackets because our concern is the sand. But then KVEST also had a vision to put in place a policy and the regulatory frameworks. In his manifesto, His Excellency the Governor promised to construct 2,400 sand dams across the county, ensure development of sustainable sand harvesting management policy, and facilitate training and community sensitization on matters natural resource and environment, and also support programs aimed at empowering residents through inclusion and participation of decision making on matters that impact their lives. My predecessor just said that we were able to conduct public participation. We gave our people an opportunity to say, how is it that they want the sand resource managed in the county? And they gave us very important information, they gave us quite useful input. And therefore we're saying, do we have a reason to have a policy rationale? Go back. My predecessors also said that the frameworks, legal and policy frameworks that are in place, especially national government frameworks, are fragmented. Kamoja huko, ingine huko, another on the other side. So they are not like consolidated. They are outdated because we have one which was done in 2003, another one was done 2007, And you know, those are the ones which we are still using up to today. And you see, that time we used to talk about DC, DDC, the district commission and all that. So what are we saying? We are saying they are outdated and they need to be matched with the Constitution 2010. There is also a lack of county legislative frameworks on managing natural resources. We also said there was a lack of clear institutional framework and weak enforcement mechanisms are in place. There is that absence of clear guidelines for effective conservation and rehabilitation of river ecosystems. Lack of measures for equitable sharing of accrued benefits from sand value chain. So this justifies the need for us to have this policy. It is coming in place to fix those gaps that we just mentioned. So the policy goal going forward is that the overall policy goal here is to ensure environmental protection, environmental conservation, and rehabilitation. We are looking forward to having sustainable sand utilization, ensuring transgenerational equity, and the equitable share of accrued benefits through appropriate regulation. The guiding principles are, we have around 6 guiding principles. We want to just be guided by environmental protection, conservation, and restoration, sustainable utilization of sand resource, equitable share of accruing benefits, effective enforcement and compliance, inclusive community participation, and mainstreaming of gender and social inclusion in running the subsector. The policy objectives are here enlisted to provide a legal and institutional framework for sustainable management of sand value chain. That first objective, putting in place a legal framework, the task force has already done that. We have the bill in place. And the second one is to provide a mechanism for community involvement in environmental protection, conservation, and restoration. This one we have also tried to answer by creating structures which involve the community right from the site. At the bottom, we will have site-based community groups. Then there will be cooperatives, which are also basin-based. There are also structures which are involving the community. The third objective is to establish mechanisms for sustainable sand harvesting, utilization, and management of the resource. That one has been done through the bill. To provide a framework for equitable sharing of sand value chain, benefits between the county government and the communities in the sand basins. Indeed, in this objective, the task force was able to propose a kind of plowback mechanism for benefits accruing from sand, revenue from sand, so that it benefits the same community from where the sand is being harvested. So there is that legislated. Then we also considered mainstreaming of gender equity and social inclusion in the sand value chain. Those are the ones. The current situation is that we have MCA currently, which provides for establishment of legal institutions for management of the environment. Then there is also National Sand Harvesting Guidelines of 2007. Those are the regulations that we are supposed to be using to kind of regulate sand harvesting in every county. Then the demand for Kitui sand is primarily also driven by construction and infrastructure sectors. Those are the situational analysis points that are picked out so that we can see. Kitui County, when we hear the national government talking about affordable housing, when we hear them talking about construction of mega projects, they are looking at that sand. And therefore, we need to put in place mechanisms so that our people will also benefit even as that sand gets used to undertake those also important projects. We have unregulated sand harvesting in the county, which has increased negative social impacts, including insecurity. Sometimes when you go to, even when we were going to for the familiarization, it was as if we needed some security around ourselves. So there is a lot of insecurity developing at the sand harvesting sites. Gangs have taken over. There are a lot of sand wars, destruction of property also, displacement of persons, loss of lives and livelihoods. You can remember what happened in Nziu the last 1 year when a bus was swept away. We are talking of, a lot of erosion has taken place, so floods will be very frequent when our channels are expanded. Land degradation, loss of farmlands, creation of river plains. There's some situations you have sand being heaped to your land. It has been eroded from somewhere, and then we have river plains, collapsing of river banks, drying of river beds, flooding, water pollution, air pollution. I think I mentioned this earlier. There is also evident destruction of infrastructure. The law, environment laws do not allow us to harvest sand around existing infrastructure such as bridges. Currently, those who are harvesting because they are unregulated are going to scoop even under the pillars of a bridge, and therefore exposing the existing infrastructure to a lot of danger. We can go forward there. So there is a lot of damage to infrastructure. While we were going around, and I want us to, members, I think, His Excellency, this is one of the bridges around in our county. One of the pillars is already flowing with the river. Ile pillar imeanguka chini. And then the other one is hanging on the remaining sand. And the people are still fetching sand at the foot of that bridge. And I think when we look at the other side, what we are seeing at the right hand side is the end of the bridge. This is Tiva Bridge. In fact, it cannot withstand one El Nino rain. It is holding less than 2 feet on the side, and that is very dangerous. Actually, we were saying it is a disaster in the waiting. It is only pinching on the edge. And it started from somewhere and kept on moving. I know it has reached its end. This is a Tiva Bridge. And it's on a highway. It's dangerous. This is also in Tiva, where one pillar has already fallen. The other one is. So people have already done a lot of mining under the infrastructure, drifts, culverts, and and even around, they do them around even Samboyos. So we are destroying the infrastructure that the government is actually doing around. So let's move forward. So we are saying, what have we done, therefore? The task force has put in place policy interventions to answer some of the challenges that we've seen. His Excellency has just said, as we went around and as we listened to people, they have given their views, they have given their opinion, and we have also seen. We have county rivers. The county has a lot of rivers, just like other ASOL regions. Kitui County has the benefit of rivers which are full of sand. And for the sake of administrative convenience, we have grouped these rivers into 5 river basins. And if we look around at the first river basin is the Zeto at the top. It has rivers which are moving to the right, others moving to the north towards Tana River, but there are no rivers coming the other side. So the basin is cutting itself where the rivers are coming from and going to one direction. That is the basis for establishing this. Similarly, we have the one on the right-hand side. There is no river crossing the boundary. All the rivers are moving towards the east, and therefore that gave birth to the Nziu, Mwanya, Mui Basin. Nziu. Okay, the rivers in on the north, the biggest river is Nzitu in Sekuru. Then there is Kase River, there is Kanyungu River, and the rivers in Nguku. There are rivers such as Kase, Nguku, Nzitu, and all the other rivers that move towards the northern end. We grouped them together. When we tried to list them, the community would say, I'm not seeing mine. So eventually we reduced it and we put a common Tivanzeo and the Muitasiano. Tivanzeo and the Muitasiano. We know we have Mutendea, we have Zeo here, we have Tiva there. Most of these rivers will eventually join. Even if they don't join, they will still be flowing in the same direction. And therefore, lastly, we have the one in the south. The region you see where we have something almost white is within the park. It is Kitui South Game Reserve and the Savo National Park. So we are not, it is Kitui South Game Reserve. We did not do any basin within there. But there is a basin which ends at the boundary of the reserve. And that one is the one which has Dhua, Iko, and Ngunga. It is Iko because the wing that is flowing northwards goes up to Migwani. That branch, that section going upwards is picking Iko from Migwani and they come down here. Coincidentally, we also have basins following some of these boundaries, but we did not really go to Tana and other basins, although they use the same boundaries some places. Ours is convenience, administrative convenience. So I know my predecessors mentioned this. We have proposed a model which is anchored on the Directorate of Natural and Mineral Resources. It is the Energy, Natural and Mineral Resources Department. The bill will detailed out mission, management, and the functions of each of those offices through the bill so that it can be legislated accordingly. The directorate mainly is where the structure is anchoring because the directorate is almost existing. It is within the ministry. We were considering many options, but cost effectiveness and also effectiveness for, that kind of effectiveness is what we considered. So we considered a system which would not be very expensive. My predecessor mentioned Makueni County. Makueni County structure uses sand authority approach. And the sand authority is only able to collect 30% of what they use in the budget. So when the Waziri, when the Minister for Finance is doing budget, they make provision for 70% to run the sand business. And the reason I think we asked, the task force was asking, they said our interest is not in raising finance. Our interest is conservation. So we came home knowing that that is a way we might not have to go. Because again, it becomes a liability instead of becoming an asset. And the sand itself, as I have just said, has the capacity to generate enough revenue to even undertake restoration of the environment from where it is being taken. So we're saying here that the Directorate of Natural and Mineral Resources will be at the top. Then there will be the County Sand Management Committee, which will play an oversight role in coordinating sand value chain matters, followed by the basin-based cooperative societies, which will play a role of coordinating sand value chain activities at the basin level. This is the cooperative that will be able to, we don't want to say to sell, but it will manage the harvesting of sand until, we want to have a balance between harvesting and the conservation at the same time so that we don't scoop our rivers dry. His Excellency, while you were away, I have shown them how Kivu is. I will beg to return there before continuing so that you can also see, if you allow. Kidogo. I had talked while His Excellency was away. This is Kivu River base, where there used to be sand. Women there are walking past this with their donkeys some kilometers downstream to go where now lorries are already fetching again, because this one has been fetched dry, and we can see the soil that used to be underwater is already, seen here. Crumbs are out here. And the whole river looks like this. I think we also have videos walking down the river. It is it's miserable if we look at it. So His Excellency. And the river sides, again, this is also the same place. The river sides are collapsing because the sand has been scooped to the base, and therefore the gravity cannot hold. So that is the situation in some of our rivers, including Tiva, Kivu, and Mutendea here is also becoming overexploited. Muitasiano is already gone. So we have serious situations on the ground. Let's go. Let's go. So, His Excellency, I was saying we have put in place those structures, and therefore, no, this is too far. You can go back a bit. So we're saying we have proposed this model where we anchor sand harvesting within an existing department so that it becomes cost effective. There is also community oversight because the basic cooperatives are in place. The community themselves are the ones who are supposed to be undertaking protection, conservation, and rehabilitation, loading of sand, and they have a responsibility to ensure that the rivers are not harvested dry. We can see that there is total involvement. The policy and and also the bill proposes sensitization and awareness creation to every level of the capacity building also being included. So I think we can go forward. We have also taken care of the review. The policies shall be undergoing regular review to respond to emerging needs and demands. We have looked at aspects of financing. Of course, we have proposed that the revenue generated from licenses and the fines and the penalties will be shared between the stakeholders. That one has been very clearly captured in the bill. And we have also given room to, I had just alluded to the fact that His Excellency the Governor promised to do 2,400 sand dams. If partners are able to, like even, if we can partner with even private sector, they can also take part in trying to conserve our environment by taking some of those sand dams. I'm sure we have not yet reached there, but we are saying it's possible for people to work together or organizations to work together and ensure sanity and conservation in this sector, subsector. We have also looked at several risks that might come along the way as this policy is being implemented, including political environment, economic environment, and the environment itself, social risks. And we have kind of prescribed, we have proposed interventions that will mitigate that. The policy has also put in place a process of progress, monitoring the progress and improving it continuously from the lessons learned. Otherwise, I want to say thank you very much, Your Excellency. That is in brief what the policy proposes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Your Excellency, that is very well captured, but now it's coming in the bill just now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and members, good afternoon. Mtanisamea nakaa kama niko kwa shimo. I like being seen. Thank you. I would pray and request that we get all our effort in this, because this is the last product of all the work that the task force has done. It is the baby which we will give the governor today as a tool or instrument of power in this sand menace. This is called the Draft Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Bill 2023. It is a product of what we have done in the report and in the policy. So you will see a lot of repetition. They are not repetitions, they are products of the above work on the report and the policy. Objects of the Act is to facilitate protection, conservation, and restoration. And this is in the context of the sand value chain. The Act will facilitate protection, conservation, and restoration of the areas where the sand is harvested. It will also provide for a legislative framework for regulating sand harvesting. And that basically is the institutional framework which will include the community participation by getting these groups together for the purpose of engaging in the sand business. The Act will streamline sand harvesting and management practices, including designating sites where the sand will be harvested and aggregation yards where the sand will be collected in terms of commercial, local use, and commercial non-local. It also streamlines the management practices by defining the working hours in the sand value chain. The Act will establish administration through a 3-tier institutional framework working under the Directorate responsible for natural and mineral resources. If you can see, we have started in the bill, we have started the 3-tier because the bill is not establishing a directorate. The directorate is already there. So we start establishing the community groups in the bill. And we have started with the Kitui County Sand Harvesting and Management Committee, which is the apex body in the county, which will be reporting to the directorate, to the CECM through the directorate, and then getting information or reports from the basin-based committees. The other structure is the basin-based cooperative society. As the policy has alluded, we have tried to be a little bit specific to avoid issues of confrontations when we are forming these groups, because even any person can form a cooperative society na aanze kuiita maneno mengine nimesikia hapa. So we have gone with the basin-based. If you have a cooperative society in this county doing sand harvesting business, it has to be subject to the provisions of this Act. Then we will have the site-based community sand groups. Those are the local players at the local level, at the river sites. The groups can be loaders, they can be riparian farmers, they can be anybody. They can form their groups subject to their specific activity, or they can join together, the loaders, the riparian, and make a specific group, which will deal with the application of this Act. That has been done. You have gone through the organogram. It is the same thing which has been presented by the policy team. It is what will be now provided for within the Act, enacted and implemented as it is stipulated. Membership of this committee will comprise
of the following: an executive chairperson appointed by the governor, an officer of the National Environment Management Agency, chief officers for each ministries responsible for finance, natural and mineral resources, and environment and climate change. Those are the chief officers in these line ministries. They will be sitting in that Apex committee, the SAND committee. A representative of the special interest groups within the county also appointed by the governor. And there will be 5 representatives of the basin-based cooperatives nominated by the cooperatives themselves. You understand, when we didn't want to go like saying we will have community people, then we have interest groups, then we have members from sand dealers. We tried to be specific that each basin will be represented by a person at this committee. Then the director for natural and mineral resources shall sit in that committee as a secretary and an ex-officio member. The functions of this committee shall be to oversee, regulate, and promote the sand value chain. When you get this word of the value chain, for the benefit of the members, is to include everything done within the whole sand harvesting and management practices, from harvesting to transportation, to aggregation, to selling. So the committee will oversee and regulate while promoting the sand value chain. It will coordinate the activities of individuals and organizations within the sand value chain. You will get that word of individuals there because we have sand dealers. There are people who are not in cooperatives, they are not in groups, and they have yards here in town. Those people will come to the committee applying for licensing. The committee will deal with that because so they will have their own subsidiary bylaws to deal with people like that. So they will coordinate activities of individuals and organizations within the same sand value chain. It will also facilitate equitable access to the benefits and resources of the industry by all interested and affected parties. And that been alluded to by the policy team in as much as the benefits sharing accruing from the business is concerned. This committee shall have the powers to approve and ratify all policies and restoration plans, environmental management plans, and monitor the basin-based cooperative societies' activities in accordance with the provisions of this Act. They shall vet and approve. They shall have powers to vet and approve for licensing and registration of all persons or institutions, vessels, premises to engage in the sand value chain. If you read, if you properly look at that second power, they are not, the committee is not licensing. It is vetting and forwarding a recommendation to a higher authority. In this aspect, it's the CECM for licensing. And it includes the institutions who want to do trade of sand in the county, the vessels which will be involved. The vessels here is the tractors, the canters, whatever, and even the premises. Because if you want to do a business or aggregate sand within Kitui County and you are licensed, even the premises you are aggregating shall be subject to a license by the committee, by the CECM through the committee. The committee shall have powers to recommend to the CECM revocation, cancellation, or suspension of a license issued under this Act, and specifically where a breach has occurred in terms of implementation of the Act. This legal framework has established the basin-based cooperative societies and which shall be constituted, registered, and regulated in accordance with Articles 185.2 and 186.2 as read together with Part 2, Function 7E of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Basically, those articles of the Constitution place the mandate of registration of those societies to the County Cooperative Ministry. If the CCM of the cooperative is here,
They should now start trying to see where they can get the licensing for cooperatives like that. We have gotten from 490 cap 490 to this in the constitution. It is clear that the county government can do that work. Membership of these cooperative societies shall be derived from the members of the site-based community sand groups within a specific river basin. Hautakuwa member wa Dhua Cooperative Society kama umetoka kwa sand-based group ya Tia River Basin. You have to be site-specific to avoid hii watu wanatolewa mahali wanaenda mahali ingine kufanya kazi. The supreme authority of the cooperative society shall be vested in the general meeting of its members. And that is framework of the cooperative, they work like that. The governing body of a cooperative society is in the general meeting of that society. The functions of these cooperative societies shall be to facilitate establishment of site-based community sand groups. Because ultimately, the senior, not the senior, the upper tier, the upper body in the sand value chain, apart from the group, is the cooperative society. The cooperative society is the one which will be licensed by the CCM through the committee to manage the groups. And they will also facilitate registration and licensing of all sand value chain actors within its respective basins. These cooperative societies shall or may present a list of vehicles which has applied to vary sand or transport sand from their sites to the committee, then to the CCM for registration purposes, because the CCM cannot know which tractor wants to transport sand from Teva, maybe Kwamasesi, to Kitui town. CCM will not know. But with the consultation with the groups, this cooperative society shall facilitate for registration of those vehicles within its jurisdiction. It shall identify and recommend to the committee the designated sand average sites and aggregation yards. In consultation with the groups, the cooperative society shall identify the sites, both the harvesting and aggregation, and forward to the committee for gazettement or registration, where applicable. Formation of environmental conservation programs. The cooperative societies shall be the ones formulating the environmental conservation programs in consultation with the groups, because the groups are the ones who know specifically where a site needs to be rehabilitated, where a site needs to be opened, things like that. Then they shall prepare and submit periodic status reports to the committee. These cooperative societies shall be reporting to the committee, we shall further be reporting to the CCM and further to the governor. And all these reports, we have talked of periodic for purposes of not gagging them. They might want a monthly, an annually, a quarterly. So if we say periodic, within their constitution during formation, they will specifically state how they will be meeting. We have now the sand-based groups, the site-based community sand groups. Even the name will automatically tell you where they are. And they will comprise of community members involved in the sand value chain at the local level. The individual members of the group shall register for membership of the respective BBCs, the cooperative societies. And the groups may be activity-based or inclusive as per the group's rules of operations. That is what I was saying. Functions of these groups shall be to register all members and maintain registries of their members. They will facilitate members' registration to their respective cooperative societies, and in consultation with the cooperative societies, they shall identify potential sand harvesting sites. They shall prepare and enforce their own group bylaws. Every time they shall prepare and submit status reports to the cooperative societies. Generally, we have provisions on the requirements for sand harvesting in Kitui County. And one of them is that, and this was voiced during public participation so explicitly that we could not ignore it. Sand harvesting shall only be done within designated and gazetted sites and shall be subject to the provisions of this Act on on-farm, riverbed, and dam site. For those who are seeing these words for the first time, we have said within the policy that Kitui County has 3 areas of harvesting sand. There is sand which is odd farm. In your own farms, there is sand which can be harvested. There is riverbed sand, and there is sand around the dams during desilting exercises. So, harvesting shall only be done within designated areas and gazette sites, subject to the provisions of this Act. Sand harvesting and transportation activities shall only be undertaken between 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I think John, during the report, had alluded to ile kitu inafanyika usiku, si ya kanisa. Now, the sand harvesting shall be classified into, and these are uses. The non-local commercial use. This is sand which is gotten from Kitui rivers, past the Kitui County borders to wherever. We have local commercial. This is sand which has been taken from Teva River and aggregated at Siongela roundabout. That is an example. Local domestic is sand which you get from the river with a kami to your dwelling, to your homestead, not to any town. If you enter any town with kami, that is local commercial. It is that serious. So don't try telling us, oh, you see, I have a duka by the roadside. Let me have this kami, like 5 wheelbarrows. No. That duka is a commercial enterprise. You are doing the commercial use. Enforcement and compliance. Hii ile wakati ingine ndio ilete shida, lakini Your Excellency tumenyorosha. The CCM shall appoint, in consultation with the governor, a natural and mineral resource inspector or inspectors, and shall be responsible for the enforcement of this act. The inspectors shall report to the chief officer through the director responsible for natural and mineral resources. And this inspector or inspectors shall have enforcement officers with them reporting within their jurisdiction. By consideration, we were trying to solve a problem, an amorphous issue of who is responsible. Whatever happens, because we will see the powers of the enforcement team, whatever happens, the inspector under the CCM shall be responsible at any given time. Whether he gets the police, whether he gets the DCI, or whatever he does, he shall be responsible within the enforcement. And one of his powers, or the powers of this team, shall be to demand from any person the production of license, permit, arrest offenders and take such person before a magistrate. So the CCM, your cloth is cut. CCM, such any person suspected of having committed an offense, or such any vehicle, vessel, and seize and detain any sand in respect of which there is reason to believe that an offense has been committed. When this loophole was, even now, it is being used. You get a lorry carrying charcoal, your account enforcement officer, or sand, you get it, take it to the court here in Kitui. Then the sand is the county resource, it goes. The charcoal is the county resource, it goes. And the county government is the one who effected the arrest. So specifically, the inspector shall be in charge of any seized material which it is believed there is breach. And if the case is gone to the full circle, the vehicle, the vessel, anything in it shall be surrendered to the county government of Kitui. licensing provisions. This section outlines the licensing provisions covering sand activity sites, transportation and general trade of sand in Kitui County. And the bill provides that the CECM will provide specific guidelines or terms of the licenses, because they are not the same license. Each license has our own terms and conditions. That is the work of CCM to produce those documents in furtherance of this act. The penalties and fines for non-compliance. This section also outlines the general provisions of the day-to-day operations within the sand value chain in Kitui County, and also the penalties and fines for non-compliance. There are many, they are in the bill. So if members, you want to see what will happen to you after the enactment of the act, start interrogating the bill right now. Thank you so much. I think, Ole, Your Excellency. Okay, memorandum of objects and reasons of this act is to regulate sand harvesting and management activities in Kitui County, to ensure sustainable utilization of sand resources, to provide for equitable sharing of the accruing benefits to communities. The act also requires that sand dealers be registered and licensed in accordance with this act, and it establishes the institutional and legal framework and provides for the involvement of communities in regulating sand value chain. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, my able team. If I could have tabled those reports alone, I could have taken a lot of water, because they took almost like 2 hours. A work done within 50 days. It's not easy. And we have voluminous reports that support, in terms of details, what has been presented. I want to say that whatever you have come up with, it's a win-win situation, whereby it's going to involve, if it is going to be passed at the county assembly, everyone and everybody has got a stake in it. So, concerted effort will be required to see implementation of these very valuable guidelines that are aimed at governing activities surrounding sand utilization and conservation. And up to that juncture, with the details that you have listened to, I cannot go back and bother you with furthermore details. But I'll be interested now to hand over our report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, the report will be handed over after we get the feedback from the stakeholders who are here. And I will not say a lot. I will now take this opportunity to give an opportunity to anyone who is here, including anyone who was complaining about Mata sand in Kitui. Even ESCC, if they are here, because I know sometimes they sneak and sit down. Please feel free, because we want together to fix this, to move from a situation where there was no order to a situation where there is order, to a situation where maybe a few individuals and cartels who are benefiting from that particular resource which belongs to us, to a situation whereby the whole sand subsector is creating jobs, employment, and wealth for a lot more of our people from all the 5 basins which were shown here, but in an orderly manner. And one of the things, of course, I would like included as an object of the act. You know that the object of the act which came last, and that's usually a requirement for any law which is being, for any bill which has been formulated, you must say the objects of the bill. Even when it becomes an act, you must say what are the objects of that particular act. One of them is to provide a framework for enforcement of matters pertaining to sand harvesting and management in Kitui County. Are we together? Because that is not there. And I want to commend this team, because when they last presented the report, that area had so many institutions, almost 8, 9, 10, without any clarity on how it will be coordinated and who bears the ultimate responsibility for ensuring enforcement is undertaken. And one of the biggest problems we have had is enforcement. When they say a lorry which is doing what is perceived not to be the right thing, and I'm using perceived because there's no law, and you cannot say you're breaking a law. Which law? There's nothing. We have had nothing. It was open space. Anything goes. But now, if you are perceived to be doing something wrong, it becomes very difficult. If you're taken, you are taken under which law? And it is things here and there, and usually nobody has ever been successfully prosecuted because there is no clarity in the law. So we want clarity in this particular case, and you have heard, and I am glad they came up with that we will have an inspector responsible solely for ensuring this order. And that inspector will be the one who will now be able to ensure lorries which are scooping sand in areas they are not supposed to scoop or whatever, they are taken somewhere, and then they are the ones who are supposed to take the case to the magistrate, before a magistrate or a judge. Within the group, there were lawyers. We had a lawyer, and also we had our county solicitor. He was also supposed to look at this. I'm sure when this goes to the county assembly, there are lawyers. It will also be looked at so that we have legislation which can work for us. Now, let me pause for comments. An area you want clarification? Something which you think is not there, which needs to be added, like I've just given one. The objects of the bill must include that enforcement bit worded properly. Okay? Anybody? Once again, I feel like asking, can we clap for them? They presented their interim final report. This is a final, but there was interim final report. And I was happy with the work they had done. And when I ask any clarification, even the members of the Fourth Estate, whom we say they speak on behalf of the people, but one thing which surprises me. When a county revenue officer is wrongly arrested and it is put in Citizen TV, KTN News, that money was taken from her, and it is wrong, and it goes into a court of law, who says the money was not taken from here. The fourth estate and the press, they go mum. Please, let's not have double standards. If you are very quick reporting this, when you are told it's wrong, also let's see you reporting that. Unless kuna kitu ingine huko chini na huko ndani. But please, any clarification anyone would like to make? Yes. Kuna huyu jamaa, tutaanza na huyu, tuende na kwa huyule, tuende kwa mheshimiwa, tuende kwa mama huyo, na tuende kwa huyule, hiyo itakuwa round 1. Don't worry, we'll give you all the time. We have not scheduled any other meeting because we want this to be done properly. Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Willy Mutinda from Changuidia East, and I'm here representing the youth. Mine is just to seek a clarification. Either I missed the bit or it is yet to be addressed. Now, before the bill is enacted and it becomes law, because from what I gather from the presentation, that maybe we were not in a position as a county or as an administration to act on those cartels without a proper law. Now, because the scooping of the sand and all those bad things that have been happening in our rivers that have left our river basins dilapidated and disheveled, is there anything that can be done to prevent further scooping of that sand from those river basins before the law is enacted? Or do we just sit idle and wait for the law, for the bill to be enacted so that something can be done? Thank you.
Good question, good question. That issue came up even when the task force presented, not the final report, I think it was a concept note. And we said, currently there is a sand ban. Is there a sand ban? Yes. Which was issued, it was 2018. What has happened, even before I became governor? And what can we do without a law? We've just given a case, it's only because they did not have time. They will give you the case study. Case is a case which took place and it ran out until a decision was made. Some people went to court in order to prevent sand harvesters from Tiva River. They were locked in an injunction, which is still there. Is that true? And he was involved. 5 years ago, my friend, wakaenda kotini na hawa wakaambiwa msingi hapa. Aya, watu wengine walikuwa wanasema I either lift the ban and the argument was very interesting. And it included some of those people who pretend that they are trying to protect anything. Others going to funerals and talking like the way I saw one guy talking, saying it's from some agency. And they are saying, lift the ban so that mambo itakuwa sawa sawa. If we lift the ban, itakuwa sawa sawa. The previous regime, Takaluki Hira, they licensed one cooperative group. And that cooperative group, from the information we have, it has people from Wingi, there's people from all over. And when I come, people say, lift the ban, license others. And I said, I'm not going to do it. I am not going to do it. But what I'm going to do, I will ensure we have a clear policy and we have legislation to bring order here. My estimation, because our county assembly members, and thank you, Mheshimiwa Mudami, who is in the committee which looks after Mambo's environment. My estimation is we should be having a bill, because we are going to request the Speaker and the members of the County Assembly to really fast-track this. If there's something which is troubling you, una fast-track, unaweka kipaumbele, you prioritize. Or prioritize this so that in the shortest time possible, and I don't want, it's not my job to prescribe to the County Assembly, take this time. It will look like an order, they operate independently. But in the shortest time possible, and preferably not later than 6 months, 3 months, we have a policy and a bill. That's when we will be able to do anything. If we try to do anything, like if I go on the radio or I issue a statement in county, in these FM stations, or even if I gazette anything, it will be like a toothless dog barking. You know a toothless dog? You have said something worth nothing. So don't ask me to do something not worthy. A good example, or do the way they did in Iteva. Say, let's stop. You won't get very far. Has to put a framework which stops it. That politically correct narrative of Mambo as we are waiting the bill is my mission. What can you do which has not been done? What will you achieve? To make a pronouncement? To do another gazettement? It will be of no use. It will be actually redundant. You can do something, and other than having gone public, you have not achieved anything. We have looked at this thing in depth and said, we don't want to do such things. You are kuna ile inaitwa play into the gallery. Wajua kuplay kwa gallery? Nachukua hapa governor amesimamisha mambo ya sand. But beyond that, hakuna kitu umefanya. I don't operate like that. Thank you. That's next. Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Ngoi Kiruru, the Advisor Policy and Strategy and Education in Kitui County. Your Excellency, let me take this opportunity to appreciate your effort for providing logical, homegrown solutions for one of the most complicated problems in this county. Your Excellency, many people in Kitui believed nobody can deal with the issue of sand. And the issue of sand was involving many people. And from the start, you must have got a lot of challenges. Of course, the task force was also making a lot of effort. I want to appreciate the task force through the chair lady and the members. Coincidentally, the task force is led by the ladies are doing so well. We appreciate them. Kitui people, let us learn to say thank you, because God can get tired when you cannot appreciate. We have a governor that has been brought by God to sort our problems. We need to pray and appreciate him. Your Excellency, the major problems we are facing Kitui for now, tomorrow, and for our new future are almost sorted. Let me say that with the report, the policy, and the draft bill, that is the most formal and official way of doing things. And I think from today, now is implementation. I would wish to propose that when you look at the report and the policy, major emphasis are given on environmental conservation. But when you look at the bill, the draft bill, because there's still work which is supposed to be done on it, it is actually emphasizing much on the sand harvesting value chain addition. And it's very important that we go through interlinking the issues of the value chaining and the conservation until the end. It's very important that those committees, those cooperatives and the rest will always do well putting into consideration the issue of environmental conservation, because sand will always involve an aspect of environmental conservation, like we have seen, our bridges, our other infrastructure. So I'll request that this draft bill also take a serious aspect on the issue of sand harvesting and management, environmental conservation activities as we continue. Thank you.
Thank you. There is something which you have said, and I want the Taskforce members, chairperson, and your members. He has said, and the person who presented the bill, Mr. Kitui, and the policy, he says the policy and the legislation or the bill you are proposing seems to lay more emphasis on sand harvesting and transportation and so forth, and very little on protection, environmental protection and conservation. Please respond to that. I don't want to respond because I asked the same question and you responded, and I don't want to be responding on your behalf. Please do respond on that. Maybe put that question, because if we adopt question answer, we may take a lot of time. Let's hear the third person, Mheshimiwa, and then Madam Janet.
Your Excellency, the Governor.
As you would speak, introduce yourself. We have members of the fourth estate. We'd like them to know who has asked what. Thank you. Yeah.
Excellency, the Governor. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, the Chair of the Task Force, and everybody. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Mine is short, Your Excellency, is to join those who spoke before me, congratulating you, Your Excellency, for taking this bold step to conserve the environment of this great county. I just wanted to seek a clarification from the last speaker, gentleman, about if this bill is passed into an act, an infringing a lorry which is caught, which has infringed, which has broken the law, that they suggest one punishment is to seize the lorry and confiscate it to the county. I thought that would be a bit draconian, a multi-million truck confiscated by the county. I thought they could suggest stiff fines and seizing the goods, maybe sand, maybe the sand and or the charcoal. But suggesting seizing such a huge lorry, I thought that would be a bit draconian, Your Excellency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Once again, Task Force members, that's a very good observation. Do you seize the lorry, or do you get the materials offloaded and then fines? I know he has not gone through fines. I can tell you there is a whole constellation of fines, but the essence of that is that bit which was not presented, maybe they present. So be ready with that. Then Madam Janet.
Yeah, all protocol observed. My name is Janet Mumo. I work for Kitui Development Center, which is a local organization. I have a question and also some recommendations. And one of the recommendations is that I want to appreciate first the idea that came with the issue of sand harvesting. We know it's a hot potato, and we're going to support you wherever it is. Thank you for the team that also did the good work. We appreciate you, Madam Esther, and thank you very much. So my concern is, if we are doing the sand harvesting, I'm looking at it in several levels. It's like you are killing several birds with one stone. One, we're going to raise the water table and other benefits within that. So my concern is, can we give priorities to areas where there have been the sand harvesting done? We saw the sites here. When we are doing the sand dams that we talked about, can we give priorities to those areas that are mostly affected? And not only one, we can do several in that river. I happened to travel in one of the areas that I know the driest part in the world, whereby we can get some areas where they are doing several sand dams in one area, which can actually support that, and it can heal the area more effectively. The other thing that I didn't hear, or maybe I missed it, is where are we placing the RUAs, the water resource management, how do you call them? The associations at the community level. I didn't hear them mentioned, and yet the government actually invested in training them and also building the capacity of those RUAs. Where are we placing them? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Janet. I request, I think CEO, I know Minister is not here, he's attending to something else, but we have our CEO, Chief Officer, responsible for irrigation and the sand dams, which we are doing. This financial year, which is ending now, 120 of them. Coming financial year, I think they are 120 or 160. And the request is, those areas which are most affected, can we do a little bit more initially to ensure they are not completely degraded? And then, of course, what about RUAs? These are water resources users, associations. They are there. What about them? They were not mentioned. Do they play any role? Let's hear. And be taking notes. Be taking notes, members of the task force. So let's go to the next person. You are the one to respond to those. Yes? Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Jackson Muli. I work for Mosi FM and the Radio Citizen here in Kitui. Thank you for the task force. The report we've had is quite well. But my concern, I want to direct my question to you, Your Excellency. Early in the month of March this year, you hosted a delegation from the NEMA, whereby you discussed several issues concerning environmental issues in Kitui. And through the board chair, he suggested that you, as the governor of Kitui, you constitute a county committee for environment, whereby you are going to appoint the members and also you gazette them and also allocate some resources for efficient functioning. Now that we have the report from the task force and also having the bill, assuming that the county assembly will adopt it as an act, are you going to constitute the county environment committee to shield your office from local environmental politics? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Mr. Jackson Muli, I recall very well, yes, the then chairman of NEMA and some members of the then board of NEMA, because they were, they were replaced. I'm sure you know. When they came to my office, I didn't see you there. I don't know where you got the undertakings which I made. Or somebody else who was there is using you. And it's somebody whom we have a lot of questions about. Because you are not there. So you can't say you promise and you are not there. So the point is very simple. As a county, we are coming up with our own policy and our own regulation, and you have seen the institutional structure. Once the county assembly enacts that, we will go ahead with that. Within there will be somebody from NEMA. You have seen the proposal. What you are referring to are regulations. And they were referred to 2007, although somebody said, oh, they were revised. So 207, as it was observed by the person who was presenting then here, they said clearly that was before Constitution of Kenya 2010. And if you look at the fourth schedule, and I want you to look at the fourth schedule of the Constitution, where it has two parts. Part A showing the functions assigned to the national government and the functions assigned to county governments. One of them is environment conservation, making sure there is no soil erosion, and so forth and so on. So we can't sit there, as you are suggesting, or as that person who was in the meeting and you are not there, who apparently is feeding you to come and ask this. You see, we can't sit there. We have a new constitution. The constitution is the supreme of the country. And we say, let's now implement 2007 before the constitution was enacted. Okay? And we have been given a duty, and the duty we are supposed, and we are required to come up with policies and legislation. Otherwise, we will do away with the county assembly. You want us to do away with them? They will enact our act which you will follow. And we will have inside there the NEMA people. Even in this task force, we have the regional director of NEMA. She's somebody Kioko. What is her first name? Mary. Marian Kioko. We requested the Director General of NEMA to give us somebody to be in this task force. Director General of NEMA, the Republic of Kenya. Is the one who now wewe unaturudisha nyuma. Ambia rafiki yako, we are sorry, we are moving ahead. Thank you. Who was the next? Ama tuanze another round. Another round, tutaanza na waziri hapa, then tuende kwa huyu jamaa, then Madam Katusia, and then Reverend hapa Bishop. Na hiyo, tumalize hiyo, utafikiwa. Don't worry, utafikiwa.
Okay. Thank you, Excellency. My name is Stephen Mbaya Kimwele. I'm the County Minister in charge of Agriculture and Livestock. One is to thank Esther and your team for this good work, and also to thank His Excellency for this bold step. I come from Kivu, you have seen, and I can tell you, Excellency, so many people have asked me, what are you doing? But the question, the answer I give is that His Excellency is on top of things. And you are sure our Excellency is usually ahead of things. Currently, national government have formed a task force to look into pending bills. Here in Kitui, you have done it, and we are paying. So we are always ahead. No, thank you, Your Excellency, for that. So one thing I noted I need clarification is on the membership of the committee, the Apex Committee, the County Sand Harvesting Management Committee. You have suggested that the chair should be non-executive. I don't understand why. My suggestion, and I stand guided, is that the CCM in charge of agriculture, not in charge of environment, should be actually be the chair. Because if he's not part of this Apex team, then he is hands-off. We have been having project steering committees at different levels in the ministry. You find that the chair is the CCM, and then membership drawn from various sectors. Because if he's not there, he's hands-off. And then the suggestion also in that committee, we have suggested 2 CEOs, the CEO in charge of mineral and the CEO in charge of finance. I would suggest we add the other 3 CEOs in charge of water, CEO in charge of agriculture, and CEO in charge of trade to be part of that committee. Otherwise, it's a good thing. And the other thing, members, we need to educate our people. There's that misconception that if you live along the river, it belongs to you. It is a big problem. People should know that this sand comes from very far. Hiyo sand kutoka mbali sana. Ni ya kila mtu. So and it has been defined very well by Mr. Mutui that this is a public asset. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Waziri. Mmemsikia amesema ama anauliza. First of all, thank you for commending me that after the enactment of Constitution of Kenya 2010 by Kenyans, after that, the national government is supposed to enact laws governing national matters, and the county governments, which have county assemblies, they enact laws governing matters within their jurisdiction. And sometimes people who are socialized in the past, they don't want to move. When they still say, is serikali. I want to refer all those to look at the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 6, Subarticle 1 and 2. Subarticle 1 said Kenya is a democratic state comprising the following counties, which are in Schedule 1 of the Constitution. If you go to Schedule 1, it has all the 47 counties. County number 1 is Mombasa. Ndio sababu hiyo the former governor Joho alikuwa anajiita Governor 001. And then number 47 is Nairobi City County. Number 15 is Kitui. That's our number. That's the reason why you see our vehicles with 015. When I was governor, we adopted that. Okay? And if you, so that is Article 6, Subarticle 1. Article 6, Subarticle 2 says this, and you look at it. You can Google even now. It says the national and county governments established under this Constitution are distinct. That's a word used in the Constitution. But interdependent. They depend on one another. They work together. That's the reason why we have NEMA inside. We don't want to leave them outside. And they are their mutual relationship will be on the basis, sikiza, of cooperation and consultation. Si moja ni bosi wa mwingine anampatia directives. If you think like that, you are thinking holy constitution, you are in that holy mentality, tafadhali toka huko. Unasikia? The national and county governments established under the Constitution, they are distinct. That's the Constitution, not me. But they are interdependent. They depend on one another, whatever they do. And they are Relationship will be on the basis of consultation, not previously where it was boss giving directives. And of course, the Constitution has 18 chapters and 6 schedules. Read them so that you understand. And then you go to chapter 11, which is on devolved government. You will see for yourself what is there. But waziri hapa pia ameuliza, why should the chair should be the minister? Otherwise there will be disconnect. Taskforce tell us why the minister should approve things on the recommendation of a committee, and he is not the chair. And why we should have a non-executive chair appointed by the governor. Explaining those, and of course he has said, let's add CEO for water, CEO for agriculture, CEO for trade. It means if you retain the same number of members, we'll have a membership of the committee, either 14, 15. Does it add value? Just respond to that. Of course, I have my own views, but I don't want to give them at this point on those two issues. Next, ndugu yangu, tusikie yako.
Kupitia kwa gavana wetu, naibu wake na masio na mawaziri. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Kwa majina naitwa Benson Kitonyi kutoka Oceani, Kitui Central Sub-County.
Unaitwa nani?
Benson Kitonyi. Benson Kitonyi kutoka Miambani Ward, Oceani location, huko Oceani. Langu tu ni kuuliza, mtanisamehe kwa sababu singepaweza kuulizia hii swali hapa. Tumekuwa tukienda katika forum nyingi na nimekuwa tukipata nafasi, na nashukuru tu gavana wetu kwa kuput that, kwa sababu wale mambo sasa tunajulikana kabisa. Some 5 years ago or 4 iko hivyo, lakini sasa iko sawa kabisa hata mwanzoni. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni shukrani. Yangu tu ni kusema kwamba hii ikiwa sheria ya Sandam na vitu zile zingine, ni ku-request kupitia kwa acting CS na deputy wake, kupitia kwao na kupitia kwa gavana wetu, kama itawezekana sasa ikiwa sheria, ni kufanya tu ambo request to Mulais na wale wanafanyia brails, kama inashika ni wasiona. Kwa hivyo ikiwa kama itakuwa sheria, na itakuwa tu inajua Mungu anafanya maajabu, tufanyiwe na rebranding, kwa sababu tuko 8 sub counties, kama kila sub county kabara kama 5 ndio tusomee tu wale wengine, kwa sababu inaweza kuwa hata sisi tujulikane kama sisi tuko. Kwa hivyo tufanyiwe rebranding, hii kipitishwa sheria na itapitishwa kama hii inashika sana ni ya kitu ya county ya Kitui, na walifanya hivyo na tukauliza na ikawa iko sawa. Kwa hivyo ni asanteni, Mungu awabariki na tuwe na wakati mwema.
Asanteni, mpigieni makofi. There is something which I need to get very clearly. Mufanyiwe braille. Oh, ifanyiwe braille. Iwe inaweza tumika by persons with disabilities, particularly seeing disability. Okay, so asante. Next is Madam Katusha. Taskforce, musikie hiyo, muwe mnaandika. Chairperson utasema ni nani atajibu. Yes?
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
I start by congratulating you, sir, for the systematic way of doing things that you have maintained ever since 2013. Everybody here has been seeing the way you are doing things in a systematic way and a diplomatic. Congratulations, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
I secondly congratulate the team for really articulating all what the members said. I was part of the members from the village level to the constituency level. I participated at least 3 times in whatever they were collecting. And I have heard all what we said at all those levels being said here and very clearly stipulated. And I wish it will just be implemented because you have really put it the right way. Thank you so much, the committee. My question, or it's a comment, otherwise it's not a question. There was the mention of the local domestic use. Some people, Your Excellency, have been using that local domestic to collect sand, put it into their homestead, and then sell it from there, so that it is being seen as if it is for their use, but they will sell it. So I was only recommending or proposing that the bill empowers the management to look into those people who collect the sand, purporting that it is for their domestic use, and then they sell it from their homestead, so that it can be counted as a local commercial instead of being called for that person now as a local domestic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Katusia. She used to be your CEO, county administration, mnamjua sana, and she still looks strong. And maybe she needs to be available to serve as and when. I normally tell people, Governor tangu aingie aje mtu yoyote. Aliandika all the ministers, 10 of them, and 26 CEO. Hajaandika watu wengine. Ama tumeandika? Maybe advisors, one from each of the 8 sub-counties. That's how Governor Malombe works. Even the 10 ministers, we have at least one from the 8 sub-counties, and Mwingi North, not Mwingi North, Mwingi Central, Wanawili. Is that correct? Mwingi Central. Moja. Kitui South na Kitui East. Are we? Kitui East. Okay. So they are 10. And if those are for various reasons. Why Kitui South Wawili is the largest constituency in terms of area and even population and even registered voters. And above all, walinipatia kura karibu yote. Kitui East vile, one ward called Endau Malalani is larger than Kitui West constituency, which has 4 wards. Wajua, tunatakiwa tutembee kidogo ili tujue kaunti letu. Na mahali ingine huko marginalized for hedges. Lazima tuinue huko by having a minister asa wa kike. And when watu wengine walikuwa wanaleta siasa hapo, sasa nilivua gauni ya governor nikaweka ya mwanasiasa ili tutume, yani tundume siasa. Preventing ladies from being is not the way to go, particularly when they come from marginalized areas. Na sasa tutaenda kwa I think Reverend Karibu.
Thank you.
And then after that, Reverend, we will give the chairperson of the task force an opportunity to respond to those issues which are not responded. Maybe we will have 2 more, then after that, and then we will give the chairperson. Karibu, Reverend.
Thank you so much, His Excellency the Governor. And also want to appreciate the chair lady, the chairperson of the team, I must applaud what they have done. My concern the bill is that I did not hear them take issue with how to preserve our road network. You know, from the place of sand harvesting to the place of delivery, whether it's within or without, great chunk of our roads are Malombe roads, and we also want to appreciate the county government and also the assembly for what they are doing in improving our infrastructure in terms of road network. So how do we maintain, how do we preserve what we have already done?
Okay. Good question, good question. Taskforce, Mu and Ajibu. I know they have something. Even wave bridges where lorries are measured. But Mujibu, chairperson, hiyo swali, and the preservation of our road network. Mujibu hiyo pia. Now other infrastructure, I know they talk to it. Tuna drifts, tuna sand dams, tuna sand wells, all those. Or will they be preserved? Next, we will have a CEO Chamber of Commerce, and then tutamalizia na ndugu yangu pale. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Your Excellency. Kwanza nashukuru hiyo kamati, imefanya kazi mzuri sana. Watu walikuwa wanangoja hiyo ripoti sana. Niko na comment na suggestion. One, wale wako wananjua, leo nimenjua hiyo kamati ilikuwa na mtu wa neema. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanapiga vitu kwa mtandao. Hata neema, wanje usishwa, wanje fanywa nini. Lakini leo, watu wamenjua kuna mtu wa neema. Pili, ni maneno ya ile sheria ulikuwa na tunaambiwa 07 na kuna constitution ya 2010. Hapo ulifanya mzuri, ungechika mtu ama upeleke mtu kotini, ungemshtaki, ni wewe ungeshtakiwa kwanza. Hapo ulifanya kazi mzuri sana kupuuza hizo. Ile ingine ni maneno ya composition ya committee. I support the Minister of Agriculture. Chair awe Minister wa Environment. Alafu kwa water sio anahusika na maneno ya irrigation, ambapo ndio wako na sand dams, kuna nini. Ayeko hapo kwa sababu wakati atatembea ataona zile rivers zimeharibika sana, wanaweza kuquantify. Badala ya hapa tuweke mengeto 5, hapo tunaweza weka 10 kwa hiyo ward ili hiyo shangarao iwe sawa sawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Hiyo ilikuwa siasa. Sijui whether you are here. When you are trying to correct something where some people are benefiting and they don't want order there, they will besmirch the whole thing, watatupa matope huko, and if you are not careful, like even Musili, the CEO of Chamber, alikuwa hata amepotoshwa na hiyo. I'm sure many other people walikuwa wamepotea kabisa. Because nilizindua that Taskforce hapa publicly na watu wa media walikuweko. Na najua they also sniff around, wamesikia hiyo mambo. And of course wange correct. But kuna mtu wa NEMA, we can't make that mistake. NEMA is a very important institution which through the MCA Act, which was enacted in 1999, and I was involved then. We kind of overlooked them. But that having been said, and I like what the Taskforce did. They projected here Article 174 of the Constitution, which speaks to the fact that people should manage their affairs. That's what the Constitution envisages. hii mambo ya sandi ambao iko huku kwetu inaharibu mito ambayo ni yetu. Ni yetu in quotes because tumeambiwa ni ya sisi sote watu wa Kenya. Mazingara yetu and so forth. We can't just angalia na bila kufanya chochote. If you are not careful, watu wanaweza kuja na license. Waseme wamepatiwa kutoka Nairobi kupitia that national act. What will you do? Nothing. Yet you are given under the constitution the power to make your own laws, to govern your own environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni muhimu sana. Then umesema chia awe minister wa environment ukupeana sababu. But I'm sure you have something, and you say the CEO for irrigation, kwa sababu wanaweka mambo ya sandams ya weko pia. I think that's okay. Taskforce, muwe tayari kujibu. I always say the buck stops with my door. Other the sweepers who don't sweep, although they have a and a whole chain. If it is dirty, wananchi wanauliza huyu governor tulichagua anafanya nini? Hapa kuwa swept and so forth and so on. So my own view on this institutional framework, which I'll give here. But I want to hear the task force sitaki kuwazungumzia sana. Yes, the last person. Introduce yourself and have your say.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm Mbuvi, Coordinator Changwithia East. I'm privileged to stand before you, Your Excellency. This is the first time I'm meeting you. May I say that we elected the right person. This can be seen. Everybody who is coming to Kitui can see what is happening. Not only in Kitui, but in the rural areas. Okay, I have a concern. According to the report that we've been given here, we've seen a certain branch. I don't know, river, they said, yes, Tiva. Now that it's in the dry season, what measures can be taken to address that issue before it becomes a disaster? Number two, there might be some other areas where we have not noted, maybe. Can there be a team that can identify such projects that have been done, and yet, due to this harvesting of sand, we face such scenarios? Lastly, but not the least, I would say that I'm giving an example of this boardroom. I can see that there are two doors. There is door 1 and door 2. Now, if I look at the door and the doors, they are very strong indeed. Now, the reason as to why you have these strong doors is there are some valuables that are in this room. Now, my concern is the one that was raised by my brother there, of the rate at which this sand is being ferried to other counties. I happened to travel to Muranga, and I passed through Thika. What I saw there, in fact, I could not believe. There are heaps and heaps and heaps of sand. And then I asked myself, where do they get this sand from? Then as I was coming back from that end to Kitui, we met so many trolleys ferrying sand to the other end. Now, here, the issue is, those people know that there is something going on right now. There are regulations and there are bills that are being prepared. And this one will become a law. Once it becomes a law, there will be no penetration into our county. But now, the situation is, in fact, we are trying to fix strong and something that is very strong, yet they've carried almost everything. Therefore, sir, my ample request is, if there is a way that you can deal with these people, it will be an achievement to the people of Kitui. Lastly, is about the implementation of the good work that we've seen from this team. Please, I amply request you, once this thing is ready, it should be implemented to the letter, and that one will save us. Lastly, I thank you, and God bless you. Kitui shines. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbuvi. You said you have seen me for the first time. I've seen you in other contexts, even with the pronuncial head of the Catholic Church in Kenya and Southern Sudan, and in many other contexts. But maybe you have not come near me. We found a county which needs to be revived. Some people allowed it inyongwe. Ilikuwa imekwisha. Tulianza na, I don't know whether you're here, pending bills, ghost workers, vehicles ambao zinakunywa mafuta, diesel na petrol, jinsi imetolewa and so forth. I'm sure you are following all that. Really fixing something which is dead is more difficult than starting something new. And we've been doing that. So those of you who have not been able to see me or have a meeting, I know some have been asking for appointments. Please do understand what we go through. But we will have time to meet people. But if we have started with meeting people while we have done nothing, what will I be telling them? Tunywe chai? To check? Then after a short while, watu wataanza kusema tulimchagua afanye kazi na ameanza meetings za ofisi, kucheka, kunywa chai, kunywa supu. You know, so please do understand. Then something you have said, I don't know whether you are here. And I like what you said. You said if you can do something to stop the sand which is being ferried from here, you saw very big sand heaps, which you have seen also at Thika, somewhere around there, about around Ananas, before Makongeni. We have seen those heaps. And they are part of what prompted us to put in something robust and something sustainable to deal with this issue. Ile ingine ni playing to the galleries. Unajua kuplay gallery? Today, I can ask the members of the press, kama issue a sand ban. Niandike moja kama my predecessor alikuwa ameandika. Was sand being ferried before I got in? Yeah, let's be honest. Hata hiyo heaps, they were there. Hata hiyo lorries, they were there. And there was a sand ban. You know what was missing? We did not have a regulatory framework for controlling, for bringing order, and for enforcement ourselves. That's what we are doing. And we had said earlier, we hope within 3 months or so, the County Assembly, once we pass over this draft bill and draft policy, what to deal with the menace, which has been going on, not for even the years Ngilu was here, is even before. Let's be very honest. So let's not play to the gallery. And when you are suggesting what I can do, I'm happy the way you said it. Do something. You are not very clear what that something is, because ukweli usemwe. Ama tukupatie mic utuambie ni nini. And don't tell us something, we do something we can't enforce. You know, that is the missing link. Kuambia sema hii, which was useless. They tried, we say that. They tried at Titiva. Walienda hata kotini. Those people, because there are other laws, they went to court, and the people around Tifa, they are the ones who are stopped from interfering with them for 5 years. ESCC tried, although we do not know their aim exactly, because they caught people who belong to the cooperative, which was licensed by the Kaluki regime. And they had their own people to collect the money. There is some 6,000 shillings, which the cooperative, through its own arrangement, we understand, is used by their own things for people who load, I don't know what. It is not collected by the county government. ESCC tried. Those people went to court in Machakos, and a court order was given. And ESCC was told the money they took from Kanyonyo, which was on KTN News, was Citizen TV, iliandikwa na watu wa magazeti. Wakaambiwa rudisheni 167,000. I have the court order, a copy of it. Na muache musiwasumbue, ondokeni. And this is a country ambao inakuwa governed by rule of law. Koti ikisema hiyo, huwezi fanya chochote. You want me just to do something, ili nipatiwe court order, niambiwe usifanye chochote. Although you say to do something, hukusema ni nini. Because si rahisi. Something concrete, something sustainable, something robust. Not playing to the gallery. You know, I'm not a person who plays to the gallery. Ili nionekane ninafanya kitu. Kuonekana peke yake, because if you don't have a clear legislation, utafanya chochote. Utaonekana, you look like. And this is not about watu wa Kitui hawakunichagua so that I look like. Ama niwe nina issue my statement after statement and I'm doing nothing. Now we are doing something. Once we have this policy and we have this legislation and we have the wherewithal how to enforce, it will be done. Now you'll be able to tell me, do something based on this law. Now, unaniambia nifanye kitu without a law, without a basis. I'll just be dismissed with a footnote. So don't get your governor to be dismissed with a footnote. Kwa sababu when the governor is dismissed and it diminished, you also get diminished. Then uliuliza habari ya that bridge ya Tiva. And we were told is on an highway. That highway is under the Kenya National Highways Authority. Hiyo barabara ni ile inaenda ni Popwe, bauni ba ya Popwe. Ni ile barabara inaenda Nairobi. It is under Kenya National Highways Authority. They are the ones, Kenya. They are the ones, not Kera, Kenya. Kenya National Highways Authority. They are the ones who should attend to it. What you as a citizen, me as a citizen, me as a governor, we need to report to Kenya to repair that, because as it has been pointed out, it is a disaster in waiting. County government, huwezi kuingilia mambo ya mabarabara na bridges which are under Kenya, but you can engage them. But sometimes we mix things up, think the county government can do everything, anywhere, anytime. If we do that, we'll not be doing things as per Article 6 of Article 2. So, ile mambo ingine umeraise, maybe the task force mmesikia, and allow me at this juncture to ask anybody else who has anything which has not been raised, because we need to bring this to an end after giving the chairperson and our team to respond to some of the issues I said they need to respond themselves. Members of the fourth estate, Muna, you normally speak on behalf of the people, lakini musinyamaze pale pengine. Hata leo kuna story inasema ati Malombe alienda huko, is in trouble, about ya Kitiwasko. Okay, hiyo tutajia hapo. But Kitiwasko, if I may speak to that, because it's Kitiwasko was formed before I became governor first term. And ile project yao kubwa ilikuwa the Masinga Kitui water project. It was financed through support which the Kenya government got from the Austrian government then. Former Minister Nyiva Mwendwa played a very key role, those of you who remember. And the national government, through the National Ministry for Water, was the one which was paid for electricity pumping costs at Masinga. When the company was formed as a water provider, I think around later, and the county and then under local authority, the local authority specific one was Kitui Municipal Council. It was put under Kitui Municipal Council, and when we became county governments in 2013, we were supposed to assume the assets and the liabilities of the former local authorities, including Kitui Municipal Council, Mwingi County Council, Kitui County Council, and Mwingi County Council, together with the assets. You see, assets and liability. So we were given some assets and liabilities. If you looked at the books of Kitiwasko when it was being transferred to us, the liabilities exceeded the assets. Na cost ya pumping was being done by the Ministry of Water. Then they stopped. And if we did not provide the subsidy for the electricity payment here, which are very hefty, about 8 million per month, it means Kitui will have no water. So that's the reason why we provide the subsidy. Does a company, is it owned by us? Yes. It is owned by the Kitui County government by guarantee, not by shares. The Water Regulatory Authority, it's called WASREB, came up with the regulations, I think a year ago, or some months ago, and said, going forward, let county governments own these companies by shares, not by guarantee. If you look at their articles of association, you see in that sort of those articles describing the then Kitui Municipal Council as a principal. The county government of Kitui became the principal when we assumed ownership through guarantee, not by shares. So we are going to go to shares. So we own, I told the Senate that, we own by guarantee. And we must and we will continue giving the subsidy. Because you need to ask yourself the opposite question. If we don't give the subsidy and the water does not come here, imagine what will happen. Seko, there will be no water because they get a lot of water. The hospital, no water. A lot of educational institutions which get water from there, and so forth and so on. And the people around here, what happens? We'll have diseases, people are likely to die, and so forth and so on. Is that worth it? But we have instituted measures which we informed. Some of the things which were written here is as we said, but it was put as if they are the ones who came up with them. You get a report, and I am authorizing the Minister for Water and the CEO for Water and the acting CEO to give you the report we gave there. We have ourselves identified the issues and what needs to be done to fix Kituwasko, and we have a plan to fix it. Even what they put there, oh, Governor is being told we enter into performance contract. You know, we are the only county in the Republic of Kenya which has performance contracts for this financial year, which is ending for the last quarter. And today, as we speak here, performance contracts, and the Deputy Governor is the one who coordinates. There are ministries negotiating performance contract for next year. And the matters, water and the Kituwasko are in there. The performance I will sign with the Minister for Water, because I don't sign it with the chairman of Kituwasko or the CEO. The procedure is the governor signs with the minister signs with the chairperson of the board, and the chairperson signs with the CEO. That's the procedure. We are ahead. But now they turned it, and some people, I think they had around there, write as if they are the ones advising. And we are the ones who told them we are moving this way. And we have a whole plan of turning around. And turning around Kituwasko, we will. Not overnight, because you can't do it overnight, but by 2027 we will be talking about a different Kituwasko. Okay? Sorry for the little diversion, but that's something which had a reason. And since it relates to this space we are looking at, I thought it's good to talk about it because it was misreported. Mheshimiwa wa mwisho.
Your Excellency, your Deputy, Madam Chairwoman, my name is Cornelius Modami, member of County Assembly, elected to represent the people of Moi. Bwana Governor Asante, thank you so much for the beautiful work. This task force has really done a good job. We, as committee of the Assembly, visited several areas in relation to sand harvesting. And I can assure you, Your Excellency, that the photos that I've seen splashed here, these are areas we visited and came face to face with what is happening. The County Assembly has some work that is being done out of this town, and that's partly why they're not in here. I happened to be around for a different issue, and because I knew that this important function is on, and I serve in the Committee of Environment, I saw it wise to join you. Mr. Governor, Your Excellency, I would say that the speed at which you are taking this and all other matters of this county are commendable. And the County Assembly is keen to emulate you and to move with that same speed. The bill that is coming from this task force, Your Excellency, I assure you, because we have been taking keen note of this menace, is going to be passed within a reasonable good time. A reasonable good time, because we must also go line by line and see what improvement we can make. And I'm sure we are going to give the Kitui people the value of that natural, God's given resource in terms of employment, in terms of resources, and all that can come from that mineral. So, Your Excellency, thank you so much. And we look forward to working towards enactment and thereof implementation of the recommendations of the task force. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Begin Makofi, and thank you for coming. I'll sit down, but as I sit down, because I don't want to make other comments after the responses are given, unless it's absolutely necessary. The only thing I want to commend the team for is the adoption of the 5 river basins, and not arranging things as per ward, as per village, as per sub-county. That is small thinking, and I hope nobody will introduce that kind of thinking going forward. These are river basins, and the person who was presenting the bill, Mr. Kitui, explained them very well. We have the Tiva river basin, and we said all rivers which drain there, or in the same direction. We have the Tia river basin, and I like what they said, that they will be using the biggest river, in this case Tiva, in that other case Tia, then the other one Enziu. Enziu is the one which Enziu is Kibou is within Enziu. Katiwa soma geography nasa. Kibou drains to Enziu. Oh, we have Enziu. Then the other one is Thua. All the rivers here, they end up being Thua. By the time they reach Muda, they are Thua. If you go to Thua down there, need a big river. Big. Because all these other drain there. And then the other one is the C2. Z2. Z2, that other side. If you go there, some of the rivers, as they drain to Tana River, they are wide. I can tell you more than 100 meters. 100 meters wide. And a lot of sand. We are not saying that sand be harvested. Our main aim, and you will elaborate, there is a resource called sand. It must be used. But as it's being used, we want to conserve. We want to create employment. We want to create wealth for our people, not as currently when it's disorderly and so forth. Okay, so I wanted just to say I recognize that. Then I want to request, because hiyo haikutoka vizuri na nataka itoke ikiwa imeeleweka. Vile sandi inatoka kwa river, itatoka namna gani and what framework, either in the policy, either in the bill, itatoka pale namna gani. Ikitoka hapo na nani anatoa hapo. Hapa inaletwe kwa aggregation. What is aggregation? What happens at the aggregation? Na ikiwa ni local commercial, wanaenda kuchukua kwa river ama wanachukua kwa aggregation site. Na wale non-local commercial use watakuja kuchukua kwa aggregation, because we cannot say sandi hapa isiende mahali ingine. There is a ban. Inaenda. Na hiyo, what Mishambubi was saying, if you remember very well, there was a time, I think it was either 2018 or 2019, those lorry owners around Thika, they had blocked the Matu Nairobi Road, alleging they have been prevented by the Machakos authorities. Governor Mutua was the governor then, from scooping sand, I don't know, in some of the rivers in Machakos. And of course, eventually they were open. So the sand you see there is not necessarily all of it from Machakos, from Kitui. Sometimes you may meet a lorry, just like you are meeting Chaco lorries, and they will show permits and say tunatoka at the Tana River. And then the only person who is supposed to enforce that, is the police. And they may enforce or they may not. And you yourself from the Council of Askari or Council of Revenue, you can't enforce because una sheria yoyote. So we are looking for a mechanism for how we do it. And we need to appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear from the County Assembly wataiangalia na wapitishe within a reasonable time. And I said we can't prescribe for them because they have their own structure, their own systems. They may even decide to have some other public participation if they deem it necessary. Then finally, before I sit down, kwa hivyo mkija hapa, hiyo system, nani anachukua pale? Who will be authorized? Nani anaweka hapa? Local, nani commercial, watachukua pale ama hapa aggregation? How will the aggregation sites be identified? Na our non-local commercial users, because we are talking about users. Watachukua namna gani? Now, how will the aggregation sites be managed? Some bit of that. Okay? Now, let me end there so that you can come and respond to the issues which have been raised. Come and respond. The only one which I may respond myself, although you may, the reason why not the minister and is a committee. The minister is still there. But elaborate on it. The minister is not out of the picture. By having the minister at this other level, if you go to the local national government, you'll be an idle minister, only on his hand, finishing all your time, kuangalia sandi hivi, na itakuwa wastage of time. This minister is responsible for environment, no, energy, environment, climate change, natural and mineral resources. Unamwambia aketi hapo. We have a directorate, we have a CEO, and we have this committee. And if you read the Article 174, utaona create a frameworks where wananchi wanahusika pia. Over control. But hakuna license itapatiwa na kamati, and I liked their language. The committee will do either the vetting or the cooperative and make a recommendation. Itaenda kwa minister. And kazi ya minister is to ensure or to satisfy himself together with the CEO that everything has been followed na mambo inafanywa vizuri. Sometimes we micromanage, and micromanaging is not effective. It's been proved again and again. Avoid as much as possible to micromanage unless it's absolutely necessary. But the minister is involved. But you can talk to it when you come here. In terms of including some other CEOs, talk to it. If in your view, what do you think? Thank you. Asanteni sana na Mungu abariki.
Kindly, I request my panelists to be around here. My presenters. I'm going to form my team of panelists to respond to the issues. So if you were keen listening, yes, we are going to have some tall order in terms of explaining each time before it sinks down. Because when the regulatory framework is not passed into law, there's nothing that can be done. And this has to be repeated each time, including the people we meet with. When we are out there, each time, we are requested, what is the governor trying to do? Just like what you are asking. But you hear it. I think you'll be responding to that when you see such issues. Thank you, Mheshimiwa, because you are going to fast track that at the county assembly. And immediately that is done, you can be sure something will be done. So thank you for that assurance. I think the first issue was on the guidelines in terms of determining opening and closure of our sand site harvesting. There will be going to be back and forth interaction in the whole process. And the three-tier structure, there are roles and responsibilities that are interrelated. And at the ground, we are going to have the site-based sand groups that will be in charge of conservation and the accurate harvesting of the sand. It is not going to be an open check whereby they wake up, they go to harvest. There will be formal requesting on where to harvest and where to be closed through the cooperative, and then to the committee, to the CECM, and then it comes down, back to them. I think I'm being understood. So the issues of harvesting are going to be managed that way, because there are some levels and guidelines that must be followed. And we talked of a lot of education that goes first, so that the groups are aware about how they operate at that level. So I tend to think that is answered, including issues of conservation. There will be recommendations to the groups being advised on where and how to do the issues of conservation. And during our presentation, just because we did not do all the details, we said environmental protection, conservation of our ecosystems are key in this aspect. And there will be, the groups will be guided. There will be some levels they will not exceed in utilizing. So it will not be an open check in terms of determining how far they go with that. My colleague here, Patrick, will deal with the role that is seized. About giving priorities to the most affected areas. Yes, after enactment of this into law, and after the structures are in place, there will be some areas, I tend to think, because it will be then that it shall be recommended for closure. Like the ones you have seen, the likes of Kivu, Teva, some sites in Mutendea, for healing and serious conservation that will be taking place. So the groups will not be operating in isolation of the technical team that will be advising. The issue of stockpiling by Mrs. Katusia, there will be hefty penalties on that. It is prohibited, strictly prohibited, including sand for domestic use. In our bill, we have said it is going to be free, but with authorization. You have to declare that you have your own construction that you intend to do. And once a group is convinced, you'll be allowed. So it will also not be open, but it is going to be free. That is local domestic. There is local commercial. Sand that we use to construct our shops, our business centers, and all that. It is a sand that we have categorized as local commercial. And we are saying all the sand will be obtained from the aggregation sites at a fee. It will not be for free. And on their way to where they are, they will also be allowed to pay some certain amount in form of cess. Then we have non-local commercial. They will also, likewise, they'll access the sand from aggregation sites, and they'll be required to pay the county government cess depending on tonnage. And the details are also available. We say that no vessel or vehicle more than 3 tons that will be allowed to get to the rivers. So therefore, meaning those heavy lorries will not be required to access their sand from the rivers, but from the aggregation sites. And the groups will be vigilant. They will be trained on this, including the enforcement system. Flag will be high to look into that. But the cooperative, the basin-based cooperatives are the ones that will be doing aggregation of that sand from the rivers to the agreed aggregation sites. So that at the aggregation sites is whereby all sand that are commercial related will be obtained from. But locally they will be using like tractors or any vehicle that is less than 3 tons to collect that sand from the groups that are at the rivers. But during that time, the loaders will be paid depending on their agreed rate by the basins that is doing aggregation, and also for domestic, the person who has gone for that sand. I guess that is also clear. What else now? It's about our recommendation for the size of the committee. We really had a few tasks to determine the membership. But those that have done corporate governance, you will stand with me that it goes up to 9 members. It's a recommended number for effectiveness, efficiency, value for money. Because at some time as a task force we are wrestling with, can we have all the related, the line ministries being part of this committee? And then there was a lengthy discussion around that. It is like telling me, because conservation will be done, if we don't include everybody, it will not be done. I want to say that we have sand dams being done through environment for conservation. True or not true? The same sand dams are also being done under the Ministry of Water. The same sand dams are also being done at the Ministry of Irrigation. And there is a way, at that level, there will be coordination, cooperation, and all that. But at the committee level, the number that we have given, actually we were struggling to come up with 9-member committee, but we settled on 11 because of necessity. There are some people that we thought they are very valuable, like the NEMA representation, to advise, to mainstream those values down also to the groups. So we settled on an 11-number committee. I want to Yeah. So, yeah, it's a nice commercial break. Thank you. I will also request Benjamin to look into sand harvesting near infrastructure. And also Ketuku, those lorries. I don't know whether I've left anything else. We can also try to confirm in our checklist.
Thank you, Chair, for that good response to. Most of the questions have been responded to. Your Excellency, I want to mention somebody was there was a question about sand harvesting around the infrastructure. It's true. If we go harvesting sand around the sand dams that we have done, if we go harvesting sand around and scooping everything around the drips that we are doing, and even the sample house, you know, what we will be doing is making them vulnerable to the next rainy season to be swept away, because you are giving water room to hinge somewhere. Then when it hinges out, it will be carrying it away. So the law, both the policy and the bill are put in place a section, it detailing that nobody should be allowed to harvest sand around that existing infrastructure. Indeed, there is some specific distance. We said 100 meters. Somebody will wonder, is every river possible? Is it possible to have 100 meters to the bridge? Whatever we are actually imagining, the inefficient, whatever we are envisaging is a situation where the main road will not be the road to be used to come and fetch sand. There will be some opening where there is the site-based. Indeed, the law says the road entry to the sand harvesting site should specifically be for sand harvesting, so that revenue will also be collected from there. So there is that regulation that we don't do that. I want to, His Excellency has already answered on the infrastructure on National Highways Authority infrastructure. That one, we can only report as we being told. If we report, then the taking action would be on their side. Mheshimiwa talked about confiscation of lorries. Today, the laws that are in use also do the same, like the Charcoal Management Act, national and county. What happens is that the lorry is confiscated. Then the next time you are supposed to come and claim the truck, then you will be given back the truck at another fee. So that the fine is not the only thing you pay. You will also pay something to get the truck back. Of course, with some conditions. Bwana Ketuku, it is in your bill. I know it will be outlined like that. There is a question from, I think the one from Mheshimiwa Kiruru has been answered. True, it's both the policy and the bill have the same spirit, and the prominent, the prominent objective, the lead objective, the main objective should be that one of conservation, of course, protection, conservation, and rehabilitation. Then sand harvesting comes second. So what we are saying is, I know preparing the slides, maybe they did not include that, but the spirit of the bill is that one of conservation and rehabilitation. I think on Jackson Muli, well, it was about, I think His Excellency has correctly answered. Even the committee that we are making is having NEMA inside. That one has been answered correctly. Then there is Bwana Kitonyi. His Excellency, the persons living with disability, if that is the way I'm supposed to refer to them. There is a section there we said gender and social inclusion being considered. It's actually one of the pillars. So the social inclusion there includes those people. It is doable, having a braille. And he was showing a braille for one of the laws. So we are looking forward to also, after completion of this, also have braille in place. His Excellency, that is doable. And I think I'll stop there for the time being.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. And I can agree that even the phones, hata simu zimeanza kubali hii imeenda. It really has. I would just comment on Your Excellency, on the issue of the confiscation of the lorries. Let me emphasize that environment is very expensive. You look at your lorry in 8 million, but that lorry of 8 million can give a destruction to the environment worth 1 billion shillings. So the context here is not your value of vessel. It is the damage done. You are being just told off to keep off that damage. And the issue is not forfeiting. In fact, we are not even forfeiting. We are confiscating so that you can comply to the provisions of this act. After comply, then your vessel can be returned. We are not even saying the vessel is a lorry. We will confiscate even donkeys. Yes, because you will try to hoodwink the CECM that you are doing a local domestic using donkeys. Then you are really stockpiling for somebody else to come pick with a truck. That donkey will be confiscated and given to the CECM for further action. Thank you.
Sorry, I think there was a concern that the bill, the tone of the bill seems to be more on sand harvesting than conservation, which my brother has alluded to. But I want to repeat and say, since the main activity is sand harvesting, there is no way you can discuss conservation without discussing the main thing. But when you read between the bill very well, you'll discover that conservation is tailor-made at every stage in this bill. Every stage in that, and the governor wants this to come out, how sand will be ferried from the local level to the aggregation site for onward transmission. First and foremost, the bill ensures that the shopkeeper at the riverside is the group. The shopkeeper at the riverside is a group. Shopkeeper at the riverside will only be allowed to load towards an aggregation site unless it is for local domestic use. At the riverside, if sand is destined for any commercial use, it cannot leave the riverside. Sand leaving the riverside must be only for local domestic use. We have put an elaborate guideline for the group to ensure compliance to that, including tracing the destination, or getting some documentation to authenticate whether that sand is for local domestic use or not. And should somebody be found to be playing mischievous, there will be a mechanism to punish. Those people who would want to pretend they are aggregate, or they are taking the sand from the riverside for purposes of local domestic use, and it is ascertained that it has ended up for aggregation for sale, whether in a commercial place or at your homestead or behind your bedroom, wherever you aggregate it, but you sell it later, then that will be punishable by law. The only shopkeeper who will be allowed to sell sand will be the basin. Yes. This is the person who is doing business, of selling. Let me say this. From the interactions we had with the public and from the common knowledge we have, Kitui sand is not sold. It is taken for free. What is usually paid is either cess or some collections here to cater for that. In fact, what happens in the riversides is like somebody with a mango tree, and you have mangoes. But somebody comes and shakes the mango tree, or rather you shake the mango tree for the buyer, then you are paid for shaking, and the mango goes. That is what is happening in our scenario. We are paying the loaders and some riparian brokers who say hapa ni kwangu, some crafty cartels who, and I'm telling you, cartels are geniuses. They seem to have studied the lacunas in our law and the gaps and are very sure of what they are doing. So what they do, they come convince our communities to pose like they are the communities selling. I have a scenario in Kwamases here. The community purporting to be selling sand there, they are given 500 shillings per lorry. 500 shillings for that ton lorry. 500 shillings go to the community. 2,000 goes to the brokers. 3,000 goes to the loaders. 6 of them to load at that ton, 500 each. 6,000 goes to a registered society, crafted by cartels, I believe. Because it's called itself, I want to correct the governor, it is called sand, don't confuse me, it is called Sand Transporters and Environmental Conservation Group. When we went to court, they went to Jika Kefri and they took a photo of the nursery there. And they went to court and said, we are in environmental conservation, and you could see somebody from Kefri watering whatever. They also went to a school nearby, built by CDF through Honorable Mwakali, and they took a classroom and said a community class from sand harvesting. And it is a CDF classroom. So those are the kind of guys who are posing as sellers of sand. So we are trying to say, if you are taking sand for selling, you must deal with a cooperative society based in a basin. And you must be licensed as a transporter by the necessary, the structures you are creating. You must have a license to do that trade. And the license should be specific where you are supposed to do that. So just to clarify on the word shopkeeper, I'm saying anybody who interacts with the sand, in terms of anybody who has stocked, sand for purposes of selling. So it's a basin. And at the basin level, we are dealing with sand for local domestic use and non-local commercial use. There's a question. Okay, of course you are saying we'll start selling. We have already given a raft of prices for our sand. And the unit of sale is a ton. When you interrogate the schedules, you'll discover that our sand has been priced as 1,500 per ton. Of course, in the task force, we had contractors and people who would want to maximize on how they get sand, and the concern is it is too expensive. But if you do the mathematics, it is not expensive. It is very immoral to cause suffering to our community when you are making 1,000% profit. A lorry leaving our sites at 13,500 is selling at Thika at 90,000. No wonder it's going to be a tall order to disrupt that business because of the monies involved. But I am very sure everybody has got their match. This time around, we have our governor who will match this. There will be, somebody said it will be chaotic, it will be what? Chaotic and messy. And the communities will need to be prepared for that. Of course, through a lot of empowerment a lot of training, and being shown how they are supposed to do this. So the same dealers will start maneuvering ways to form cooperatives. And that is why we were very careful to say, you must come from the particular basin, the identification must show that. We know they are crafty enough, they can even come to your basin and marry a bride there and build a home there to become part of the community. But there will be also guidelines to show for how long you should have stayed there. All right? So that you do not maneuver those ways. That's why I'm saying it's going to be chaotic. Thank you very much.
It is not going to be easy for cartels, but we are not stopping them. So long as they comply as at when this becomes law.
The other thing which I may suggest, zile reports the various groups are supposed to give, they need a timeline. That's how laws are made. Huwezi kusema watapeana report regularly na unaachia hapo. What you are in fact saying, no report will be given. And in practice, none is given. So we must put in the law that the committee will give a report either quarterly, and the other teams, they need to give reports. And some of the reports, they also need to end up at the county assembly. Thank you. So timelines for the reports, it can't be open-ended. Thank you. Sasa nitachukua hii report kwa niaba ya watu wa Kitui. Shika hii microphone. Ushikie karibu ili niongee. Shika hivi. Kwa niaba watu wa Taskforce, kujeni nyinyi nyote, mlifanya kazi nzuri. I'm very happy with this Taskforce. I hope mambo yao ni sawa sawa. Kwa hii report, asanteni sana for a job well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Makofi.
Waziri yako wapi? Waziri wa environment ama county secretary?
Waziri
mpatie hii.
Or the county secretary.
Sasa ianze kuwa processed, iende kwa assembly, preferably not later than Friday next week. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Asante.
Okay. Okay. I think the master of ceremony can finish kwa sababu tumemaliza. Normally tunamaliza na maombi. That's our culture, tunaanza na maombi na tunamaliza na maombi. Kwa hivyo turudini where we were seated na then tutasimama tukiwa hapo tuombewe.
Asante, tafadhali nitaomba sote kwa heshima tusimame tuweze kubarikiwa na maombi. Tungeombewa na bishop na ametoka, kwa hivyo askofu manake ulifungua. Tafadhali njoo tufungie kwa maombi.
Thank you very much. Let's pray. We appreciate you, Lord, for guiding us through the grace, the wisdom of presentation, Lord, even the grace to hear, understand, even Father, to ask questions that concerns this report. I thank you because the new dawn for Kitui, Lord, resources are coming back to our people. I will pray, Lord, you're going to lead us, even the county assembly for the purpose of enactment and implementation. I pray there will be enough grace. Thank you for the wisdom upon our governor, the leadership. We pray that you preserve him, you keep him, and you honor him this administration. Now as we leave and depart, Lord, we pray for amazing grace upon us. Protect our people and bless this county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ingawa si heshima kuongea after prayers, mimi nauliza maombi mmesikia itakuwa loud and messy. Matope tutapakwa. Nataka kuwauliza tafadhali, kuomba mnifanyie kitu kimoja. You protect me because I will not be in the cafes, I will not be in the bars, I will not be in those other places, even in the social media. Pale tunapakwa matope, but I can assure you sitarudi nikijua uko nyumba yangu. Asanteni sana.
Asante, niombe tafadhali tumuongezee makofi tena zaidi. Nafasi hii ni ya gavana wetu sasa kuondoka. It is the time of His Excellency the Governor and His Excellency the Deputy Governor waweze kuondoka, na wanapoondoka tupigie makofi mwenyekiti na kamati ambayo imefanya kazi mzuri. Asante. Kwa wanahabari tutabaki hapo tuambiwe kama kuna nakala zetu namna hiyo, na wale wengine tutasubiri tupewe mwelekeo zaidi.